Okay. Gonna do the thing. I'm live. Hello, the stream. Hello there, YouTube. Today, we're playing some Ace Attorney Investigations. I finally got around to doing it now. After so long of saying I'm gonna do it. I don't even remember the last stream we had for Ace Attorney stuff. Probably like 2 weeks ago. I just don't remember. Um, but yeah, I'm finally getting around to continuing it after a long break, which is kind of good. Is this center? I don't even know if it's center. So I'm like checking my camera if it's centered, because it's like tracking me weird. But yeah. But yeah. Um last time I forgot to change the title. Uh change that title. What was this thing again? This is the the Forgotten Turnabout. I think this one is. Yeah, it is. All right. Uh Turnabout. Update that. There you go. Uh, yeah, we're doing the Forgotten Turnabout trial thing. Yes, whatever. You know what I mean. I'm in a minute. Um, but yeah, that's really about it. I don't really have anything else to input for what we're doing today, so I'm gonna just go right into the game real quick. Hey, Sly. The past streams chat. That's kind of weird. Uh, sorry, I'm like also trying to figure something out real quick. Okay. All right. I think I figured it out. Mic is good. Sorry, I testing was weird. Okay, this is making noise, so continue. Let's just go into the game real quick so that way I can hear sound. The Forgotten Turnabout beginning part 1. There you go. Okay, yeah. From here on out, okay. Let our members discuss the matter with clear conscience of the goddess of law. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and the ability of a prosecutor. Ooh. Oh. Who are you? Why are you wearing that raincoat? Ah. No, Ken! You got thrown over. April 5. They couldn't put the TH. April 5, 1:23 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. 202. Calm down, you're getting dust everywhere. Already cleaned this room 3 times since this morning. Well, now you'll need to do it a 4th time. You're way too calm, sir. What if they actually take your badge? The decision has not yet been made, but it looks like it's pretty much decided. Do you remember what Judge Courtney said? I don't. Why don't you recap for me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today, and you will most likely be required to appear before them. I have been ordered to attend the meeting. That is all. I hate this, sir. I won't be able to work with you anymore. As a detective, perhaps you should welcome this turn of events. You would no longer have to work with such a troublesome prosecutor as myself. Why would you say something like that, sir? The problem is with the PIC and their false accusations. Mr. Edgeworth, don't tell me you actually want to become a defense attorney. Because you can't do that. Being a prosecutor is exactly what makes you Prosecutor Edgeworth, sir. Defense attorney, huh? I became a prosecutor because of the incident where I lost my father. However, the reason I became interested in the legal world was because my father, who passed away, had been a defense attorney. To fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney. I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. Are you listening, sir? I don't like this one bit. There's no need for you to be so pessimistic. Maybe my replacement will be more lenient during your salary assessments. Oh, I see. That way I can eat more than just instant noodles every day. Wait, what am I saying? That's not the point here. He was actually imagining it. We're busy right now. Come back later, pal. What's up? Paging Mr. Edgeworth. Is there a Mr. Miles Edgeworth here? Mr. Edgeworth is busy now. I'll listen to whatever you have to say later. This isn't good. Your face has become all red. A red face. Like I said, we're kind of busy right now, so... I've got it. You have a tummy ache, right? This calls for an injection. Stat, please roll up your sleeves. Hey, no. I'm perfectly healthy. Who might you be? I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Karen Jensen. I'm a registered nurse at the Da Young Hospital. I'm sorry, but nobody here is sick. You must have the wrong room. Are you Mr. Miles Edgeworth? You have such great wrinkles between your brow. Could it be lupus? This calls for an injection. It's not lupus. Just tell me what business you have with me. Ah, yes. Actually, there's someone who would like to see you. Please wait a moment. I'll call them here right now. Wait. She left, sir. Wonder who she's going to bring. If she's bringing someone from the hospital, could it be a patient, sir? Maybe it's someone who was traumatized by your harsh words. What is that supposed to mean? See, when you glare at me like that, it feels like I'm going to have a heart attack. You send someone to the hospital with that. Is it really that bad? I'm just being my normal self, though. Sorry for the wait. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Do you not recognize me? Now that she mentions it, I feel like I've met her before. This card, your name was written on it. Do you know who I am? Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe you really did send her to the hospital. Of course not. Hey, my boy. But this is your business card, sir. It clearly says, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. That's true. I'm terribly sorry. Well... The truth is, this girl suffers from memory loss. Memory loss? Loss? Yes, that seems to be the case. Her parents should be worried sick right now. They probably haven't been able to sleep. I doubt they've gotten more than 8 hours. Isn't that plenty of sleep? I see, it sure sounds horrible. But it's alright now. Since she has that business card, she must be an acquaintance of Mr. Edgeworth. Just leave her to us, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, we might be able to verify her identity at least. Would you really do that for me? First, I'd like you to tell us everything that you know. That's all, Mr. Edgeworth. You have nothing to worry about, miss? Good grief. What's up with you? But still, where to begin? What should I ask her first? Miss, do you remember your name? My name? I'm terribly sorry. She's been like this ever since yesterday, you know? So you found her yesterday. Wow, that's amazing. How do you know? What a tiresome woman. I found her stumbling around late last night, so I took her in. Wanted to help her out, so I looked through her things. But that's how you found my business card. Did she have anything else with her? Nothing to reveal her name or address. But she was wearing this when I found her. It's an unusual design, don't you think? What? This badges. What? That's Argasus. That means it couldn't be. Are you Kay? Kay? Your name. You are Kay, right? I am Kay. Kay, don't you remember me? I mean, you'd always call me Gummy, pal. Gummy. I would call one of my elders something so rude. I'm so sorry. What a horrible thing I did. I feel like my heart is going to burst from guilt. Just what happened to you, pal? You've become so sensitive. You're this sensitive and delicate and frail. And you're not even Kay anymore. You're someone else, pal. Watch your words, detective. You say that. It almost sounds like Kay isn't sensitive or delicate at all. Though I can't deny there is some truth to what he says. What sort of person was I before I lost my memory? Well, for starters, your name was Kay Faraday. A cheerful girl, full of spirit and vigor, and a great thief. Great thief. Yes, to put it frankly, a great thief steals valuables from people's drawers and safes. Steal? I cause so much trouble for others. I'm so sorry, I never imagined I would be a criminal. Maybe losing my memory was retribution for my crimes. No, you didn't actually. This is so messed up, sir. But this sort of makes sense, you know? These gloves and stuff, they look just like what a thief might wear. Ah, those clothes. Yes, she was wearing them when I found her. I had her change her clothes, so I'm holding on to them for now. Something appears to be stuck on her clothes. Perhaps it has something to do with Kay's memory loss. I'll send it down to the lab later and have them check it out, sir. Good, I will be counting on you, Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, these really look like a thief's clothes, don't they? I am a criminal. It's true you were a great thief, but never once did you commit a crime. That alone I can assure you. Is that so? Probably better if I don't press this issue any further. Memory loss. I'm really sorry for not remembering you. What kind of relationship did we have? Well, that's rather difficult to explain. Okay, you were Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Oh my, so then a prosecutor is the kingpin of a great thief. No, that's not what I meant, pal. Last time I met Kay was the day before yesterday. Just what did she do from then up until now? Miss Jensen, was the badge the only thing the girl had on her? She did have some other things, but I don't think they will be very helpful at all. I don't mind, please show them to me. Well then, I'll give them to you one by one, okay? There's the German Ninja mask. Maybe she went to a superhero show or something. This seems to be a letter addressed to Kay. This is the ticket stub, and this is a flower made of cloth, like the ones that you usually see in restrooms, sir. A corsage. It is used primarily. Primarily, Jesus, as an accessory for women. Well, that's everything. Did you find anything out? Not really. They were just a bunch of random things. I'll have to look them over in more detail later. Thank you. Okay. We couldn't just gave them all in one go. This is horrible. Kay's lost her memory. How long do we get her back to normal? Calm down, detective. I've already thought of something. I already have thought of something. Oh, as I would expect of Mr. Edgeworth. So, what did you find out? Look at this ticket stub. Oh, it's a ticket from viewing platform of the Grand Tower. Miss Nurse, do you know something about the Grand Tower? Of course I do. It's a super famous dating spot after all. They say that if a couple holds hands up there, they will be together forever. Teehee. The timestamp on the ticket is from yesterday. Moreover, it is only valid on the day of issue. Jesus. So she only has the stub. She must have used it. Right? It is very likely. Well then, let's go. Right now, sir? The cause of Kay's memory loss is hidden in her actions. Well, what about the PIC? It's still too early for me to be summoned there. So should I leave Kay with you then? That is what I would prefer. Kay, you're fine with that, right? Yes, please. Thank you very much. While I have to get back to work, so if anything happens, please contact the Da Young Hospital. If you guys need an injection, I'll be there anytime, any place. Yes, I understand. I don't think I will call her for an injection, though. Well then, let's go, detective. You too, Kay. Yes, sir. Thank you for helping me. April 5th to 2:07 p.m. outside Grand Tower Plaza. According to the pamphlet, this building is 50 stories tall. It's mostly filled with offices though. Only the viewing platform is open to the public. Here you go, sir. I just got this at the reception desk. Good, thank you. Well then, let us head inside immediately. Eek! The Grand Tower! The Grand Tower is collapsing! Huh? What? No, you can't! Please stop! Please! I beg of you! It's no good. Unless I drink fresh milk, my thoughts just won't reach. What the fuck? What's wrong, pal? Did something happen to the Grand Tower? Cut. Excuse me, we're sort of in the middle of shooting a movie and, I suspected as much. We're sorry for any trouble we caused you, Detective Gumshoe. I'm so sorry, pal. I really thought the tower was gonna collapse or something. Whatever. Hey, director, I'm taking a break. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. What a relief. Looks like the tower's collapse was prevented somehow. Explaining all this to Kay as she is now would take more time than it's worth. Well, then we should get going. Probably will talk to them later. Wow, what a view! I bet I can see my my house from here. The wind, it really is really strong up here. Everything should be fine as long as we stay close to me and Mr. Edward, pal. If you start to blow away, one of us will be sure to catch you. Not as if she's a kite. Kay, do you recognize this place? I don't know. Was I really here? Maybe if I get her to talk a bit, I will help jog her memory. Okay, just tell me whatever you remember. Anything will do. Okay, but I don't know how much help I'll be. I like Kay with her hair down. It's very, like, nice. Members of the tower. Did I really come to a place like this? So high up and the wind is so strong. It's frightening. I just can't remember. I can't remember anything at all. I'm sorry. Just as I thought, it's impossible. Her memory isn't clearing up at all, huh? I'm sorry, it's a bit pathetic, isn't it? You both going out of your way for me, but I'm not helping at all. You're doing just fine. You have memory loss after all. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Remember to go easy on her, sir. Normally, you have this really intense and kind of scary look on your face. You're not helping, detective. Alright? Alright. I just can't remember. I can't remember anything at all. Press on this. You say you don't remember anything. In that case, is there anything that looks familiar? Looks familiar. That cherry tree. What about the cherry tree? I was standing under that cherry tree. That's right. I was taking shelter from the rain because it was raining then. And there, I saw something red. She was under the cherry tree while it rained. And there she saw something red. Is something wrong? It's nothing. Could you add that last part to your story? I feel like I saw something red. A red? What exactly? A red something or other. It was something red. That's all I can remember about it. Speaking of things that are red here, could it be that stand over there? stand. A red stand. Ah, that's right. I saw someone walking towards me from the other side of that sand. And then what happened? And then, I'm sorry. It's alright. Simply add everything you just said to your story. Towards me on the other sand. And then we show the pamphlet. I kind of feel bad for Kay. Well, I mean, no, I do feel bad for Kay because it's kind of weird. Or not weird, but it's just like, aw, you know? She's not her true spirit. So you're saying that someone came from behind the stand and walked directly towards you. Yes, someone came right up to me. And that someone must have been a ghost. No, it was a person. I'm sure of it. This is where you were under the cherry tree, then someone behind the stand wouldn't have any ground to stand on. They'd be floating in midair. No person should be able to stand there. Eek! But I'm not lying. Someone in red was on the other side of that sand. Oh, I feel so bad for her when she looks like this. Having like a mental breakdown. They were walking towards me, getting closer and closer, and then that person. Ah! Oh my god. What's wrong? Calm down, it's alright. Me and Mr. Edgewood are both here for you, pal. I was pushed off. That person in red. Yes, they were wearing a red raincoat. Someone in a red raincoat was walking in midair. And furthermore, they pushed her off this building. Nonsense. There's no way she could be alright after falling from a building this high. She landed on something. Oh, beginning part 1. That's nice. Attention everyone, please remain where you are. What's wrong, pal? I'm a detective. Tell me what's going on. Sir, a body was just discovered in this building. A body? Who is the victim? We're currently investigating the details, but the victim is a woman. We have verified that her name is Kay. What? What? To be continued. That was like the shortest fucking beginning part. That took like... Hold up. Because we kind of have like the moment... Maybe 15 minutes? Maybe 10 minutes? Who knows? But it took like pretty quick to it. April 5th, 2:36 p.m. Grand Tower PIC meeting room. This room is... Would this room happen to be? Yes, sir. It's the Prosecutor Investigation Committee's meeting room. What? It's here? I heard they recently moved out of the Prosecutor's building. But to think that they moved here of all places. Mr. Edgeworth, Kay! What brings you here? How are you holding up? We're in the middle of an investigation right now. Sorry, but who might this be? Ah, this is my granny. Let me just... Hi there, Sonny. The name's Bonnie Young. Who the heck are you? She says. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. Miss Jensen isn't Young, the name of... Ahem. Granny is the director of the Die Young Hospital. This old lady is the director. Who are you calling old? She says. She can read my thoughts? Oh, so that Granny is pretty important, huh? Haha. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, yes, she is. Ah, these people are the patient's guardians, you know? The one with amnesia. It seems she is a bit of an introvert. Hey, Sonny, want me to cure that bad case of the frownies for you, she says? I'm afraid that's an incurable disease for Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Really, Granny? You want me to say that? I ain't got nothing to say to you whippersnappers. You're free to do whatever you want. But you better not get in the way of my autopsy. Please wait, no means no. Hey, you don't have the right to decide that, pal. Sorry, Granny is the coroner, you see, and she's in charge of this case. So, ouch. So I'm very sorry, but that's the way it is. What do you mean that's the way it is, pal? Well, even if you ask me, I'm not the one who said it. Kind of feel like I'm watching a comedy act, sir. Well, we need to get back to the autopsy, so please excuse us and take care. What was with her attitude? We received permission to investigate. There shouldn't be any problems. The attitude of hers is a huge problem, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do now? We'll investigate the scene of the, We'll investigate the scene, of course, as the prosecutor. I cannot stand by and do nothing. Well then, let's begin. But the policeman said the dead person is also named K. Then I'm pretty sure I'm not the K that you know, Mr. Edgeworth. We shall investigate that now, but don't worry. There's no question that you are the K I know. Okay. An amnesia K and a corpse K. Both are connected to the Grand Tower. I'm certain that this case will lead me to K's lost memories. Begin investigation. Alright, I play with D-pad, not the love stick. You there, tell me the situation about the security of this room. Yes, sir. To enter this room, a special key card is required. I see. In other words, not just anyone can enter this room. Yep. Okay. So, the person who found the body was also... Yes, it was a member of the PIC who had come here for today's hearing. Member of the PIC. If not for this case, right now it would be... Okay, so we got that. Oh, blood. This is Lady Justice. You sure do know a lot, sir. So what kind of powers does she have? She is a symbol of justice, not a superhero. It's said that the scales represent justice, the sword, power. Oh. I just realized how it's written. It said the scales represent justice, the sword, power, and the blindfold, equality. That's pretty nice. Won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Like this blood. This is very suspicious. Pool of blood lies in the feet of the goddess statue. Judging from the pool of blood, it seems that this was where the victim was killed. But sir, the body is over there. The murdering the victim, that the killer moved the body. Oh. Excuse me. It can't be! You are... Oh yes, what is it? That voice, it's Von Karma, right? Do you know her, Granny? Good to see you again, Doctor. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth. What is she doing here? Franziska. She's a prosecutor working with Interpol and the daughter of Manfred von Karma. She should be jetting around the world right now. Wherever there is a case, I will follow. National borders mean nothing before me. Your presence here must mean that this case has international significance. They kind of up her design a bit. Like, she looks different compared to her previous designs. The presence here must mean that this case has international significance. You know well enough that I'm chasing a smuggling ring. I shall recover all the stolen goods and crush that organization. Then, does that mean the smuggling ring is also involved in this particular case? Any further information is confidential. I'm not obligated to speak of it with you. So, it won't be that easy. This wire is, like, annoying me right now. There you go. So, it won't be that easy. Miss Franziska von Karma, Granny says... The autopsy is complete. You're free to do what you want. In that case, we would like to investigate as well. I heard rumors about you. No way am I letting you near that body. You're the prosecutor who's about to get the boot. You best run on home now, Sonny. Just so you know, I wasn't the one who said that, okay? Please, Granny, we need to investigate, no matter what. Hey, Lassie, who are you calling Granny? Eek. I'm sorry. We're not getting anywhere. Guess I have no other choice. Francisca, please allow us to aid you in your investigation. We must examine that body in order to find out what happened to Kay. To Kay Faraday? I'm asking you too, sir. Kay's in really bad shape. I don't know what's going on, but fine. I'll grant you permission. You have my thanks. Of course, I didn't say it would come without a price. You will explain everything to me later. We really owe you one, sir. I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. Youch! So that's how it is. If you would be so kind as to authorize them to, Doctor. I suppose it's fine if he's with the prosecutor from Interpol. Is what she says, and I fully agree with Granny. By the Von Karma name, the entire world would be judged. That's just common knowledge. That's rather conceited for common knowledge. Well, it's none of my beeswax anymore, is what she says. I hope you don't get in trouble for this. You needn't worry. My reputation will not be shaken by something so petty. Unlike me, who is on the verge of losing his badge. Alright. This body is not Kay, sir. It doesn't look like her at all. Of course it isn't. Kay's alive, after all. Her age is, I'd guess, around 30, and she's wearing a pantsuit. She makes me look good, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe she worked in one of the offices in this building. Her identity is still unknown. The question now becomes, why did the police believe her name was Kay? Or else to have inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Could this be the murder weapon, sir? A three-pronged candelabra. Yeah, it's consistent with the number of stab wounds. She was probably stabbed by the prongs of the candle. A candy zebra. I'm afraid it's not quite what you're imagining, detective. A candelabra is a candlestick holding with multiple arms. Ah, so it's a candle holder. You know, one time I forgot to pay my electric bill and I had to get by only with candles. What time period are you from? Alright, what else we got? There doesn't seem to be anything in this pocket. Sorry. My nose is like annoyed right now. Alright. This pocket has holes in it, sir. Judging by how the cloth was pierced, she must have been stabbed by some sort of sharp object. All your coins would fall out of those pockets, sir. Detective, haven't you ever heard of a wallet? Of course I have, sir. I just use my pockets dough. Most people do, right? Never mind. I think I examined the wrong part of the body. It's not explaining the... Okay, there you go. Left side of her white jacket has been stained in deep red. The jacket. The buttons on the right side. Isn't that normal, sir? All of my clothes have the buttons on the right side. For women, it is normal to have them on the left side. For Sedgeworth, you really do know everything. That's just common knowledge. There doesn't seem to be anything out of place. Edward says that's just common knowledge. I'm like, This is the first for me. I've never examined the buttons on women's clothes and men's clothes, so that's new. There doesn't seem to be anything out of place. There's something white in her pocket. There are gloves. Pure white gloves. Pure white ones. One for each hand, sir. They don't seem to be dirty. Could they be the victims? Her right hand. This one. Oh my god, please. There are burn marks on her hand. Is it connected to the cause of death? No, it appears to be an old scar. She probably got it a long time ago. It seems there is something on her hand. In her hand, detective. In her hand. Detective, could you open her hand for me? Yes, sir. Understood. This is... Oh, I know. This must be the gift card from a department store. Yeah! Seems to be a key card. Why? The question is, what was this key card for? Okay. Perhaps the key card the victim was holding is for this room. I'll go find out, sir. Mr. Edgeworth? From this room security system, we were able to retrieve the data on the victim's card. So that means the victim was able to freely enter this room. If the card actually belongs to the victim, of course. Yes, of course. This notebook. Huh? Isn't that Kay's promise notebook? This is the notebook she wrote all her promises to her father in her oh my god, the way I read that. It's fine. It really takes me back, sir. Yes. When Kay was young, she and her father wrote the promises they made in this notebook. However, why is it in a place like this? Now that you mention it, I once heard something from Detective Bad a long time ago. Seems that before anyone had noticed, Kay's memento had gone missing. What? So a piece of evidence that was in police custody went missing. Detective Bad frantically searched all over for it, but it seems he never found it. What could this mean? Why was it the missing notebook found here? You there, do you happen to know anything about this notebook? The victim was carrying this notebook when we found her. That was the only evidence we had to identify the body. So that's why you called her Kay. What a misleading victim, huh? Why did she have Kay's notebook? I sure would like to have some information on the victim's identity. Something seems to be pinned on her jacket, it's made of a purple cloth. It looks like it's been forcibly torn off, doesn't it? Then the deuce. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I have? Eureka! Eureka! Purple flower Kay had with her. I wonder if that originally belonged to the victim. Now that you mention it, the cloth does look the same as the one on the pin. Yes, let's compare them without delay. A perfect match, sir. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. The fact that this flower belongs to the victim means... that can only mean that Kay Faraday came in contact with the victim. And about that corsage, it looks like it was forcefully ripped off. There's a possibility that Kay Faraday is connected to this case, and depending on the situation, we may have to consider her as a suspect. What did you say? There's no way she did it. It's unthinkable. Kay could never do that, sir. However, it's true we have no evidence to deny that claim. Nothing more than a possibility at the moment. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? Indeed. For better or for worse. Alright. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm like trying to read this real quick. Examine the victim's jacket. Edward remarks on how it's made for men since the buttons are on the right side. And one of the pockets is a pair of white gloves. Finally examine the victim's head. Okay. So we did the jacket thing by accident. There's some blood on her head. Maybe she was hit with something. We don't know what that for sure. Our investigation will ultimately clear that up. There you go. Then we got the autopsy, and then we got the best coming through. So the victim's identity remains unknown. Should you really still be calling me Kay? Of course. What are you saying, pal? Thank you. But then, what about that woman? She is someone who you may have killed. That's all we know. There's no way that's true. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? I also do not believe you killed her. You are such a naive man, Miles Edgeworth. Here I come to save the day. That voice. So, don't be afraid anymore, for the best prosecutor is here today. Courtney. Edgeworth. Pardon the interruption. Mr. Edgeworth, get away from the victim. I have inherited her dying wish. No one asks for you. Did you know the victim? Just as I thought. The goddess of law will surely reveal the truth to us. So please rest in peace. That's right, Justine. Now that I'm here, everything will be a-okay. The culprit ruled the day he crossed paths with Miles Edgeworth, who is this fool of a man? Why is she glaring at me? You're Francisca von Karma, am I correct? I apologize for my late introduction. I am Justine Courtney. And the deceased individual is Attorney Jill Crane, one of the members of the prosecutorial investigation committee. I see, so that's why she had the key card. I take it you're in charge of this case. That's right, and with me in charge, this case is as good as That reminds me, I haven't caught your name yet. If you just wanted to know my name, you didn't have to Just state your name, and I will not tolerate any unnecessary remarks. Sebastian, the best! It seems the pecking order has been decided. Mr. Sebastian, the best. Here, this is from Granny. This is the autopsy report. Seems you've been bested, Mr. Edgeworth. This wasn't a competition to begin with. My job is done. May we meet again in front of another corpse. Oh, let's go home quickly and eat some noodles. I'll be leaving too. Take care, everyone. The victim's head wound was post-mortem. Sebastian. And the candelabra dealt with the fatal blow. Estimated time of death is late last night. What is it, Justine? While I do appreciate your enthusiasm, perhaps you should give your tongue a rest. You might pull a muscle. That would be painful indeed. Anyways, it's quite clear now. Kay Faraday must be arrested. What? What's the big deal? A big idea, pal? It's just as he says, Detective. The culprit is Miss Kay Faraday. Where is the evidence? The young lady in bandages over there, although she's not wearing her usual attire. Are you not Miss Kay Faraday? And what would you do if she is Kay? If you're going to arrest her, then I will resist by any means necessary. That I guarantee you. I am now convinced. The doubts surrounding your suitability as a prosecutor were indeed warranted. It's fine, Mr. Edward. You can go. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. What are you saying, Kay? You can't just go along with them, pal. But I don't remember anything. What if I really did kill that woman and then forgot about it, if that's true? Acknowledgement is the goddess's mercy. Atonement is her will. The goddess of law will surely praise you for your prudence. Sebastian and Judge Courtney. You believe she is the culprit. On what basis do you make your accusations? Unless I'm completely convinced by your explanation, I will not obey your orders. Fine, have it your way. Now sit tight and listen to the perfect reasoning of the best. Why we suspect Kay? I am the best in the world. No one else can do what I do. Yes, that's why I was the first to realize that Kay Faraday is the culprit. She broke into the meeting room in order to steal something. In other words, she's the only one who could have killed Miss Carnell? I already lost her name. His logic's as awful as ever, sir. Harsh words, coming from you, detective. I asked for some basis to your claims, yet your reasoning has told me absolutely nothing. However, we have no evidence to prove she didn't do it either. Don't worry, Kay. I'm sure Mr. Edward will pull off a miracle. You think my deductions are some kind of miracle work? I would like to see this all animated, the Miles Edgeworth stuff, and then after that the Apollo Justice and the other games 4, 5, and 6, which are out now, available on Steam, Switch, and other consoles as well. I don't know the other consoles, that's why I'm just naming them as I know where it came from. But yes, the other trilogy involving Apollo, Dual Destinies, and I forgot what the last one was. I think that was the last one, but I'm not sure. All 3 of those are now available, so games 4 to 6 are available to purchase. I'm doing a random ad. I'm not even being paid for this. Capcom, I'm out there. Chin me up. You better not disappoint me. Understand, Miles Edgeworth? Because if you do, this whip of mine won't stay silent. Yep. I'm thirsty. It certainly sounds like you are quite familiar with this firm. The best man for the job should know all about the best places. Unfortunately, it seems that you are not the best man for the job. Are you mocking me? That's for you to decide. You didn't even know about this key card, did you? Of course I know about that. You need to enter the room. Huh? Was it really needed? This foolish fool simply doesn't know when to give up. Yeah! Sebastian, do you really suspect Kay? That's right, she's the only one who could have done it. Well then, allow me to ask you. Since this room can only be entered by using a key card, how did she enter the room without without one? Well, she probably used this and that and Oh, did you pull a muscle? Allow me to explain that. Door could only be opened by members of the PIC, which means... Yes, that's correct. She conceded it so easily. Take a look at this. It's a record of the room that I investigated just a while ago. Sorry, I'm like looking at this whole thing, so it's 2 hours elapsed. At 12:52 a.m., the door was opened using Miss Crane's keycard. And there was a previous time. It's probable that the killer entered the room together with the victim, Miss Crane. After entering, the situation must have soured, leading to the murder. Your logic holds, but it is still merely conjecture, and it would imply that the killer and the victim were acquainted. No way, pal. Kay doesn't even know the victim. That is merely an assumption on your part, unless you have any evidence to prove your claim. Evidence is everything in court, and at the crime scene, without it, your argument is invalid. In that case, I trust that you have evidence to prove that Kay Faraday and the victim were connected. Of course. What? This letter was discovered by Dr. Young in Miss Crane's breast pocket. The victim's belongings. Why did she withhold such a vital evidence until now? Could it be she was waiting for the perfect time to reveal it? Come to think of it, you just stop him. I'll read it for you. To Miss Crane, thank you so much for helping with my plan. I'm glad that we can help each other get what we want. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. Kay. In other words, Kay Faraday and Miss Crane were accomplices. They probably planned to steal something from this room. Preposterous! Wait, that means the main culprit is... It's still Kay Faraday, of course. It just means her crimes have increased, but by yet one more. Excuse me. I'm the main culprit. Don't believe her, Kay. It's all a bunch of nonsense. There's no way Kay would do something like that. Nonsense? Not at all. The evidence speaks for itself. Wouldn't you agree? I knew that they wouldn't suspect Kay unless they had some sort of proof, but I think they would actually have some decisive evidence. Nicely done, Justine. Thank you very much. Your explanation is still insufficient. I cannot accept such an argument. Sebastian, would you please leave this to me? Alright, make sure you shut Mr. Edgeworth up once and for all. Can't allow their allegations to gain any more momentum. I must turn it around here. Ooh, okay. The relationship between Kay Faraday and Miss Crane is as documented in the letter. She wrote Miss Crane into assisting her with her plan. However, for some reason, their partnership broke down. Miss Crane was murdered, but with her dying breath, she managed to retaliate. Her parting gift is this letter, which she tucked safely away in her left breast pocket. I think she just had it there. Like, her testimony's even better than ever. Maybe the most perfect it's ever been, sir. Are you gonna be alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course. How unsightly, Miles Edgeworth. Save your stoic act for some other time. Miss Von Karma, just whose side are you on? I'm on nobody's side, Scruffy. When searching for the truth, it's best not to take sides. Watch what you say, Miss Von Karma, or else Mr. The Best is gonna... Best, you say? Well, I can't tell you that the side I'm on is always the best. How irritating. Well, I suppose that's one thing we can agree on. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. The autopsy report. Wrong fucking thing. That's not the autopsy report. The autopsy report is her. Not on the fifth statement, alright. Why not? Because it's obvious you're bluffing. I also put on the wrong thing. Is that the impression I give off? I'll present evidence that will silence her for good. Two, 3, 4, 5. I didn't miscount. Fuck me. There you go. The victim held onto the truth until her dying breath. A truly touching story indeed. The voice of the dead are soft. One must listen carefully to hear their dying wishes. And Miss Crane has spoken. Kay Faraday is the culprit. Perhaps the voices you have been hearing are actually the whispers of the devil. Fucking wow! Hey, don't make fun of Justine. Let's listen to the voice of reason, Judge Courtney. Please take a look at the autopsy report. There's no need, I remember it perfectly. The victim was stabbed to the left breast. No, it can't be. The letter was found in the victim's left breast pocket. And that's where the victim was stabbed with the candelabra. Right, sir? Precisely. It wouldn't have been possible to stab her there without piercing the letter as well. So, that begs the question. Why was the letter found in the victim's pocket? It's simple. It was placed there after the victim was murdered to throw suspicion onto Kay. Somebody intentionally wanted to create this very situation. In other words, there exists the possibility that the letter was forged by the true culprit. No! The real murderer tried to pin the crime on Kay. That is the only explanation for the letter. And in doing so, the murderer ended up digging their own grave, right, sir? The culprit is Kay Faraday. The letter was... yeah, it was actually found in the victim's other pocket. Huh. Why are you saying... What are you saying, pal? The officer's report was wrong when he said that the letter was in her left pocket. It's actually in the... Ah! He not only got whipped by Von Karma, but also fucking whipped himself with the stick. A foolish fool who continues to make a fool. I can't with her. A foolish fool who continues to make a fool of himself. Is there no cure for your foolishness? Oh my god. Why do you keep whipping me and quit calling me a fool? Ah! I'll save you the trouble of punishing him for yourself. Indeed. No, I had no intention of punishing him. The letter is stained with blood. No doubt because it was found in the left breast pocket. There couldn't have been an error in the officer's report unless you were the investigator. Say something, Justine. I see you have no objections. And allow me to continue. There is one more potential suspect in this case. Don't be ridiculous. The killer entered this very room. There wasn't anyone else who did that besides Kay Faraday and the victim. To enter the meeting room, one needs a key card, and the reasoning assumes that the murderer and the victim entered the room together. This is what we overlooked if we just discard that assumption then. Hold up. Take that! Sorry. The key card record, this is the key card record Judge Courtney handed me earlier. The victim's key card was used at 12:52 a.m. And there was one more person who also used a key card. So you're saying this person was waiting to ambush the victim inside the meeting room. The key card was used at 10:15 p.m. I wouldn't say it's impossible. No, it's impossible. And what makes you say that, pal? You got any proof? Of course I do. I myself am the proof. I was the one who used that key card after all. So doesn't that make you the suspect? Is there something strange about a PIC member entering the PIC meeting room? That proves nothing. The fact that you were in here at all makes you a suspect. Or do you perhaps have any evidence that you didn't kill your colleague? Such nonsense. What would I gain by murdering her? Allow me to reiterate what you said earlier. I'm sure it will all become clear upon further investigation. Why would I, a faithful servant of the law, commit a murder? True enough, I entered this room. However, that alone is not reason enough to suspect me of a crime. If that's the case, please tell me why you entered this room. I had some business to take care of, and some preparations had to be done. Had to be made. Preparation? That sounds pretty suspicious, pal. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose what these preparations were. However, I'm sure you could hazard a guess, Prosecutor Edgeworth. So, she's preparing for my hearing. She must have gathered all the necessary materials to take away my prosecutor's badge. Wonderful, wonderful. It's good to see young people go head-to-head so ruthlessly. I just still not take you off of suspicion, though, girl. Who was that? Huh. Someone in red. That takes me back when I was young. I'd always butt heads with the brass detective. And then one day, he just disappeared. I hope he's still doing well. Ah, here come the waterworks. Chairman the best. Did she just say the best? Hello, Courtney. You sure are full of energy today. Why does he look familiar? Like something about his face looks familiar. If it isn't little Von Karma, look how much you've grown since I last saw you. Sir, it has been quite a while. Hey, Curtsy, you don't have to treat me like some sort of stranger, you know? Remember back in the old days when you'd sit on my lap and call me Unky Boo Boo? Here I go again. Oh, how I cried back then. Pops, what are you doing here? A member of the PIC was killed and I heard that you were in charge of the case. What kind of prosecutor is followed around by his own father? Hold your tongue. Do you have any idea who this man is? Chairman of the PIC, former chief prosecutor, he's the right hand of the goddess of law. Now, Courtney. I'm just an old chunk of coal. There's no reason to speak so highly of me. Please excuse my subordinate's behavior. I am Prosecutor Edward, isn't it? Along with his trusty sidekick, Dick Gumshoe. I am Blaze? Maybe Blaze. Maybe it's just Blaze. Blaze the best. I'm the proud father of that idiot over there. When that boy was born, me and the missus were happy as can be, you see? But now, I don't even know where she's gone to. Pops! You need a handkerchief. Oh, yeah, Sebastian is an idiot, but he's such a good boy, you know? Quite the doting father and son. Now then, Courtney, how's the investigation going? Sir? We've established that the culprit is Kay Faraday. We are currently focusing on our efforts. First of all, bitch, there are too many uncertainties in this case. It's impossible to determine that she's the culprit. Surely you haven't forgotten the matter of the letter. I already told you it was just a simple mistake. The letter was in another pile. You talk too much. Now, let's all play nice. Everyone, just calm down. I'm sorry that you had to witness such an unsightly scene, Mr. Chairman. Don't apologize, Courtney. I can follow everyone's logic, except Sebastian, that is. Hey, Pops! Chairman the best, I am a prosecutor. My duty is to bring criminals to justice. However, I won't make someone out to be a criminal without sufficient motive and evidence. I've heard about you and your relationship with the suspect, you know? To share such a strong bond. Kay has assisted the police in arresting criminals countless times, pal. There are too many facets of this case that remain unexplored. I see. The bonds of youth are a wonderful thing indeed. But that is that, and this is this, you know? What's that supposed to mean? The prosecutor's office needs to resolve this case as quickly as possible. I mean, just think of all the other cases that are piling up. There's no time to waste here. It's unfortunate, but you understand, right, Edgeworth? What? Now then, Cave Faraday. I'd like to arrest you now. Okay. No, I won't let you. Kay's innocent, pal. To defy Chairman the Best is to defy the law. It would be a grave act of disloyalty. In other words, a hearing won't be needed. Are you prepared to lose your prosecutor's badge? That's... Mr. Edgeworth. Badge. You can't do that. Using a prosecutor's badge as a shield. What has the PIC come to? Okay. You haven't done anything wrong. Edgeworth. It was only for a short time, but thank you for everything. I'm sorry, I turned out to be a criminal. We will make sure to impart your confession to the goddess of law. What should I do? When I was young, I wanted to become a defense attorney like my father. Someone who can fight to save those in need. And right now, this badge is holding me back. A mere badge for the life of a dear friend. I don't even have to consider it. Alright. Alright, farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Hold it right there, Judge Courtney. What is it now, Prosecutor Edgeworth? This is your prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what is the meaning of this? Consider this my resignation. I am no longer a prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth! What are you doing? Explain yourself, Miles Edgeworth. You can't be serious. Mr. Edgeworth, you're joking, right? If you aren't a prosecutor, then my only mission is to bring the truth to light. If it's the prosecutor's path to turn a blind eye to the truth, then that title is worth nothing to me. I will walk in the path that I believe in. I will not be stopped here. You're running away from Von Karma, from me. No matter what you say, I don't intend to go back on my decision. So, you're leaving me behind again. I'll never forgive you for this. No, this is all my fault. I'm sorry. If only I weren't here. Wait, Kay! Detective Gumshoe, don't follow me. But, Mr. Edgeworth, boss! I'm not your boss anymore. Detective. That's... That's just too much there. It's always been you and me. We've always been a team. Detective Gumshoe, you no longer need to follow my lead. You should try to accomplish whatever you can do on your end. Ah, this is bad. We just let a dangerous criminal escape. How could I let her get away? And after all my hard work, you see? Rest assured, Mr. Chairman, this area will be locked down immediately. Good, I expect the best from you, Courtney. Now up to the middle. Okay. She's not here either. Where in the world could she have gone? Knock, knock. I'm here. This is Shields. What's going on, Miles? Why the long face? Take it from Uncle Ray. You won't be popular with the ladies looking like that. Why are you here? Did something happen? That's my line. Have you seen the news? About the murder at the PIC headquarters. Your hearing. Wasn't it there today? I found myself wondering if you guys had somehow got caught up in it. Well, it's already made the news. Here they're searching for a teenage girl suspected of killing an attorney. I can't imagine it could have been her, but it has been bothering me. Could you give me the full rundown? truth is... Miles, are you trying to give your Uncle Ray a heart attack? I'm not joking. She really did lose her memory. On top of that, she's a suspect. That makes things even more difficult. Where would she have run off to? She lost her memory, right? I was hoping she would return here, but not likely. She felt responsible for what happened to you, right? And there's no way she could come back here. I know that, but where else can I look? Calm down, Miles. This isn't like you. It's rare to see you get so heated up. Well, not that it's a bad thing. You're trying this hard to save an innocent suspect from false charges. I'm sure you'd make a great defense attorney. Actually, just a while ago, I turned in my badge. But that doesn't mean I decided to become a defense attorney. Besides, Kay isn't just a mere suspect. I may have only known her for a short time, but we've been through quite a lot together. No, she isn't capable of murder. I'm surprised. I never thought you would go so far to support someone else. I don't know if I even realized it. I don't know if you even realized it yourself, but it seems a deep bond has already begun to grow between you and Kay. I'd say it even gives my bond with your father a run for its money. No, it's not that deep. She just keeps barging into my state of affairs. Yeah, that girl can be quite a handful. But I'm certain that something has changed inside of you since you met her. I'm really jealous, you know. After all, I lost my old partner. That's why you need to find Kay right now. I don't want to lose your bond like your Uncle Ray did. Well then, I have a proposal. You have no idea where she is, and searching around blindly won't get us anywhere. In that case, why don't we try searching for the cause of her memory loss? Maybe that could give us a lead. I see. That might be a good idea. From what she told me, something must have happened to her at the Grand Tower. Great, that's it. Let's get going then. Hey, at the very least, could you stop looking so grim? If you stay that way, Kay probably won't want to come back at all. Good grief. No match for this man. Seems it's already dark. Still open on the day of a murder. You gotta admire the capitalist spirit. But there's no one here. Looks like we got the place to all to ourselves. To prove Kay's innocence, I'll need to investigate her lost memories. Hey, let's go, Miles. We can investigate the roof as much as we want, so let's do what we can. Do what we can, huh? I suppose that's all we can do for now. Begin investigation. The cherry tree with branches spread wide. The flowers are nearly full bloom. According to Kay's testimony, before she was pushed, she was standing under the cherry tree. The person in the red raincoat who pushed Kay off the tower, she said they came toward her from the direction of the sand. From that, we can deduce. Kay was pushed over the railing on this side. The railing is about as high as my chest. It's unlikely that someone could fall from here accidentally. I don't see any particular problems with this railing. Miles Edwards, so we meet again. What are you two doing here? Well, we came all this way, so I thought we'd buy some cotton candy. What about you? You want folks to get the wrong idea about you? Do not worry, I will decide my own actions. You're just a no-good ex-prosecutor. It's no wonder you got the axe. Wait, what? You got fired? You need to be concerned with what happened to me. Are you sure? Oh yeah, what happened to Kay? Well, huh? Was there some sort of trouble between you two? Anything I can do to help? How about an injection? It's fine. Our injections here are anti to everything. Alright, it's getting cold, isn't it? Let's go home. Well then, Mr. Miles, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, let's meet again soon. Examine. Announcement appears on the TV. TV seems to be used for showing advertisements for the companies at the Grand Tower. Right now, it's just showing regular television programs, though. Wait, what am I watching this for? The Steel Samurai doesn't air today. Yes, sir. How about some Heavenly Cotton Candy? Heaven's Tears. Heaven's Tears. The name, did they name that after the shape of the cloud you can see from here? We tear a regular piece of cotton candy in half and then sell it without changing the price. That's why the name is Heaven's Tear. We tear the cost in half while crying tears of joy. The customer knew that they would be crying tears of sorrow. Hold up. Wait, what? Talk to the doctor before, walk back towards the Cherokee, you hear somebody's rustling. Oh, okay. Ah! Oh. Ow. Okay. Don't mind me. I was just admiring the view up beneath the tree. Did you just fall out of the tree? I didn't mean to fall. My foot slipped. You're not going anywhere. You're a suspect, and yet you remained at the crime scene. That's not a smart thing to do. Even if you have memory loss, shouldn't you have realized this much? This whole time, while you were playing the silly game of hide and seek, I've been worried sick about you. Excuse me. Are you angry with me? Of course I am. Answer me. What were you doing here? Did you think I'd let you off the hook that easily just because you have memory loss? That's not it. I came here because I thought I could get your badge back. What? If I don't regain my memories, you'll never get it back. I thought if I went back to where I lost my memories, then maybe I would remember. If I could just remember killing her. You're still the same as you were before you lost your memories. Your thoughts and actions have always exceeded my expectations. Without a doubt, you are the Kay Faraday I know so well. However, I cannot approve of your recklessness. I understand. Cut! You get 0 style points, Miles, or more like negative points. Here's how it's done. Okay, how about a hug? Okay. Oh, well then. Mr. Shields, it was such a joke, honest. We interrupt this program with breaking news about the Grand Tower murder case. The police believe the culprit is a teenage girl who was present at the crime scene. She remains at large as the police continue to search for her whereabouts. Oh dear, this is getting pretty serious. Well, gang, what's the plan? We don't have much time. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. So then, why don't you tag along with us for a while, okay? But I'll just cause trouble for you again. It pains me to say this, but I've got nothing left to lose at this point. Mr. Ashworth. That settles it. We're all in this together now. Mouse, you're in charge of proving Kay's innocence. Failure is not an option. Yes, I understand. Okay, I want you to help Miles with his investigation as much as you can. Yes, I'll do my best. Let's be quick about it before the cops find us here. Unlike some people, Uncle Ray still has a lot to lose. Sheesh. If I lose the law office, I'll never be able to face Gregory. Sheesh. Excuse me. Okay. This man, I'm glad he's on our side. We're seeing live footage from the 50th floor. The investigation will continue through the night. The the 50th floor, isn't that the meeting room of the PIC headquarters? That's right. You can see the shadows of the investigators behind those blinds. Uh-oh, looks like making a clean getaway just got that much harder. Seems we have no choice but to cleverly evade the eyes of the media. Maybe Uncle Ray should have become a spy instead of an attorney. If worst comes to worst, I may have to use Mr. Shield as a decoy. Miles, just now, you were thinking of something terrible, weren't you? Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Let's see. Highlight the illuminated 50th floor. The Deuce Grand Tower pamphlet. Contradiction has been found here. How many floors this building has? Of course, 50 floors, right? Just above the place where the PIC conducts their practically illegal cover-ups. Couples are wishing for love, kinda ironic, don't you think? So what's this dark area above the 50th floor? Maybe it's the Tunnel of Love. Those are always dark, eh? The viewing platform we're on now should be directly above the PIC meeting room. However, the late night investigation is taking place 2 floors below us. There's a clear contradiction. Was there a mistake in the pamphlet? No, rather, it's more natural to assume this building has a hidden 51st floor. Sorry. I see, so that's where the Tunnel of Love is. Oh, she's so pure and gullible. It's breaking Uncle Ray's heart. And why don't you take this opportunity to be more serious for once? You just don't get it, Miles. I joke around to make things easier for you. On the contrary, his painful jokes only make things harder for me. So then I gotta talk to Kay, I believe. Gochuchai Shikai Karu. Sorry, I'm reading the Japanese version as well. They like put it in Romanji. Yes, I can help. Can I help with something? What? Anything? Your memories. How are you doing on those? I came back here because I thought I might remember something. Could you again go over what you told me before? Well, it was raining, so I stood under the cherry tree to take shelter. And then a person in the red raincoat appeared. That person pushed me, and I fell. Can you tell me anything about the person in the raincoat? I'm sorry, I don't remember that much. No, wait. As the person approached me, I saw the moon just over their shoulder. The moon. Yes, that's right. It's just a faint memory, but I think the moon was in the exact same spot as it is now. It was floating just above the cherry tree. She could see the moon behind the figure in the raincoat. There's a new piece of testimony. I'll be sure to keep it in mind. Recollections. Mr. Edgeworth, for a while now, I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something. What? Is that true? Well then, please speak freely, say whatever comes to your mind. Okay, I remember a faint scent. It was a wonderful smell coming from the counter of a food stall. I followed the fragrance only to find a perfect sculpted burger resting on 2 golden buns. The tender and juicy patty made my taste buds sing with joy. Yes, I can remember what I thought at that moment. I want seconds. I don't think this memory has anything to do with this case. Okay, fair day. Her Japanese name is Ichijo Mikomo? That's kind of nice. I like that. You called yourself the great thief Yatagarasu. You prided yourself on being a noble thief who steals the truth. Do you remember anything about that? Well, Aha! Maybe it was called a noble thief because I won the Nobel Prize. That's Nobel, not noble. And they don't give prizes for thievery. Alright. Connect moon and railing. If I recall Kay's testimony, a person in a raincoat approached her from behind the candy stand. Then this person supposedly pushed Kay over the railing, opposing the stand. Moreover, Kay said she saw the moon over the other person's shoulder. However, earlier I confirmed that the moon is floating in the opposite direction. And on the night Kay lost her memories, it seems the moon was in the exact same spot. Therefore, the position of the moon and the person in the raincoat don't match up. Her memories have probably become confused. After all, had she actually been pushed over the railing, she couldn't have survived the fall. Perhaps I should question Kay's memory of where she fell. Okay. Where Kay fell, and then connect... Wait, what? Okay, connect this. Where Kay fell, and then connect this to where Kay was standing. Kay was not pushed over the railing on this side. After all, if you fell from here, you wouldn't even be alive in the first place. But I'm certain I was standing under the cherry tree. If I fell, then the only place I could have fallen was over the railing. Well, maybe the ground just opened up from under you and swallowed you up. The ground here can open up? How? No, it was just a joke, Kay. Please don't take it so seriously. No, strange as it may sound, that may actually be the truth. Even if it's only a small chance, it matters not. Let's try searching the area around the tree. Kay could not have fallen over the railing. There must be something around here that proves it. Oh. I won't rest until I've inspected every step. The fucking hatch? This is... looks like a maintenance hatch. Kay, maybe you fell down here. Nah, just kidding. There's no way something like that could happen. I'm sorry, I just can't remember if... No, that was just a joke. No need to take it seriously. Right. So when should I take you seriously then? When indeed? Well, if you jumped into Uncle Ray's arms. Mr. Shields. Come on, Miles, that was just a joke, you know? Oh, I get it. No one ever takes you seriously. Ouch. That stung a bit. Yo, he's like, oh, fuck. Connect this to He's like, oh, fuck. Like, damn, that really hurt me. An extra floor between the 50th floor and the viewing platform. Why didn't anyone notice it? Normally, you notice it, you'd notice it. I mean, how can you hide an entire floor? And that is where the problem lies. No one noticed something that should have been easily noticeable. In other words, it must be impossible to access 51st floor through normal means. I see. Maybe there's a secret portal or something. Okay. Now's not the time to be thinking what portals. Was that a reference to portals? Literally to, like, think with portals type shit? No? Okay. I'd like you to recall the hatch at the base of the cherry tree. Isn't it normal to assume there's a room on the other side of this maintenance hatch? Hey, Uncle Ray likes where you're going with this. Let's hurry and check it out. How long is this one? Okay, we could do that. Sorry, I'm just like investigating my own shit right here. I'm not going through my walkthrough or anything. Just like flipping through pages. There we go. Now let's see. This is... Looks like there's a lot of stuff down there. Is this what they call a storeroom? There's no doubt about it, this is where Kay fell down. Of course, and with this, the mystery is solved. No, not yet. We still have the mystery of the person in the red hood who was walking in midair. Now, let's not get greedy, shall we? We found the storeroom, so let's wrap things up here. I suppose you have a point. Does seem to warrant an investigation. Well, if it isn't Miles Edgeworth. Emma, what are you doing here? Yo, it's fucking Emma! I heard about the case from Detective Gumshoe. Since I was already in the area, I thought I might as well check out the crime scene. Let's fucking go! Emma Sky is here! This girl's name is Emma Sky. She's a high school student studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. She's the younger sister of my former boss and a witness in one of my trials 2 years ago. Detective Gumshoe told me everything over the phone. He sounded really upset. He said you lost your badge at the ground tower and Kay became a mummy. Please calm down. I thought you left for Europe just a few days ago. Don't tell me you've come back already. Yep, and I brought my teacher from abroad too. He needed an interpreter, so I volunteered to help. If your teacher cannot speak English, why aren't you with him right now? He will still communicate with people. Don't underestimate the importance of body language. That doesn't really count as a language. Sign language. Miles, come on. But enough about that. What happened to Kay? Is she alright? My, what a good friend. Isn't this great, Kay? Yeah. I'm gonna despawn. That's a good fucking way to say that shit. Who are you? Are you Mr. Edgeworth's new assistant? Haha, on the contrary, my dear. I'm Ray Shields, head of the Edgeworth Law Offices. Edgeworth Law Offices? Wait, you mean like the defense attorneys? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you suddenly become an attorney? No, it's not like that. Now that I think about it, it is rather complicated working relationship. Don't sweat the details, let's start with the introductory hug. Why did you become a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, don't just ignore me. Because I don't approve at all. Well, why don't we continue this conversation down below? That's right. The police could arrive any second now. Mr. Edgeworth? Who's she? I'll explain later. First, we have to go down the hatch. Okay, guess I'll be joining the prosecutor defense team? I'll explain about that too. Well then, let's go to the storeroom. These were quick. These 3 parts were quick. The 2 beginnings... The 2 beginnings and then this middle part is quick. But now we're in middle 2, I think. Yeah, we're in middle part 2. This one's a bit longer, so I think this will be like the last thing I do before we end the stream. Pretty dark down here. I can't see a thing. Watch your footing, Emma. Ouch! I think I hit my head. Okay, be careful not to slip. Take your time coming down. Okay. The light switch should be somewhere around here. There you go. This is 151st floor. Is it being used as a storeroom? We need to investigate it thoroughly. Miss Edgeworth, please tell me about the case. Right then. Where should I begin? I see. It's certainly a serious situation. Why does she look like she's having so much fun? Hehehe. Looks like you're in a bind, Prosecutorial Attorney Edgeworth? I'm not a defense attorney, nor is there such thing as prosecutorial attorney. This looks like a job for science. Don't you worry, I've got everything here in my bag. You sure you're up for this, Emma? Of course. So, once again, it's good to be working with you, Mr. Edgeworth. And I'm glad to be working with you as well. Looks like we got ourselves another cute assistant. So, what's the plan? That lift looks pretty suspicious to me. Looks like it goes down. I am curious as well, but first we should investigate this room. Okay, if you find out anything, be sure to tell Uncle Ray. And if I remember something, I'll let you know. Yes, please do. Emma? Roger, I'm ready to support. Well then, let's begin the investigation. I think it's kind of creepy how these masks are lined up in such a dark place. Emma, are you not good with horror movies? No way! Horror movies are so unscientific! Though she's scared of them. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Various masks are placed here. There's even one of Steel Samurai. These are fairly high quality replicas. Scientifically speaking, it's just a bunch of random masks. Certainly does look like a hodgepodge collection of masks. That's a new word I never think I would ever read or say. This hook looks like a hook to hang a mask from. Wonder what mask used to be here. And then this is where we deduce it? Yeah. The Jammin' Ninja mask that Kay had with her. Perhaps it was originally attached to this hook. That sounds plausible, scientifically speaking. In other words, Kay came here. It's quite likely, but for what purpose? Maybe she was going to steal something from this place. Great thief who steals the truth, huh? No, I don't think we can answer that question at this time. Examine the table by the front left corner. These are... What is this? Seems displayed on the shelf here, if I recall correctly. They're all evidence from past cases that I was involved with. What are they doing here? I guess that would make this place the PIC's evidence storeroom, huh? These items should be kept in the care of the police. Don't they keep evidence in the prosecutor's office? Only for current trials. However, once a verdict has been reached, the evidence is transferred over to the police department and stored in the evidence room. But it looks like the evidence has been stored here instead. There's no point in worrying about it. For now, I should try examining everything here. Looks like some of the evidence have tags in front of them. And there are numbers written on the tags. Maybe they're the ID numbers of the evidence? No, based on how large these numbers are and the nature of these items, I'd say these are prices. Prices? If that's the case, wow, these are ridiculously expensive. Seems more concerned with the high prices than the legality of this whole affair. The evidence on display, I should inspect every nook and cranny. Examine... Oh, the stuffed animal. Oh, how cute. The stuffed animal is so fluffy. That's from Ground Lake. Should be in the care of the prosecutor assigned to that case right now. Why is it sitting here in a place like this? This little guy is missing his left horn. His left horn. Pretty sure he was already missing when I first saw it. And this must be a defective product. I demand a recall. Now that I think about it. Giving a broken toy to a country's president does sound strange. This storeroom contains items to be sold, doesn't it? It's unfortunate, but the possibility seems quite high. I suspect some nefarious individual has been selling evidence here. And people actually pay money for this stuff? Apparently, some people do the price. Apparently, some people do. The price tags are proof. Different strokes for different folks, I guess. Excuse me. That's strange. Only this one spot is empty. But it still has a price tag, just like all the others. Indeed, furthermore, there is a part of this cloth that is not covered in dust. Perhaps something was placed here not so long ago. I see, it sure seems like it. But what could it have been? This star-shaped mark in the dust, I wonder. Could it be related to a certain piece of evidence? Do I deduce? I do deduce. Oh shit! The candelabra! This dust pattern matches up perfectly with the base of the candelabra. It's likely that the killer got the candelabra from this very storeroom. Does that mean the candelabra was also a piece of evidence? It's quite possible, however, that is not the issue here. The murder weapon originally came from this storeroom. We must keep that in mind. The pile of money on the desk, where do you see that? Oh, my bad. Oh, here. There's a huge stack of money piled up here. How unrefined. They're all $100 bills. Talk about big bucks. So how many times your yearly salary do you think this is worth? Leave my salary out of this. When the price tag is attached to the pieces of evidence and that huge stash of cash, it's clear that the buying and selling of evidence was being carried out here. In the hidden 51st floor, evidence was being trafficked. That clearly means something. It means further investigation is needed. Sorry, I'm like fixing up one of my figures that are like falling over for some reason. It's my Ichigo figure that keeps falling over too. It's probably because I like shake my leg a lot and like I shake it pretty hard. Like it actually makes the whole computer move a lot. So probably that's why it's like keeps like falling over. He loses his balance. I don't have a stand thing for him, but he's able to stand on his own. So I'm just like trying to fix it right now in the middle of this because why not? It's his foot too that's like messed up. Not like it's actually messed up, but like I the way I positioned it. There you go. There you got it. Okay, up you go. You good? Alright, if you fall, I know you're gonna fall hard and I have to pick you up again. About the dealings that went on in this place. If only there was a witness, we could just ask them. A witness. Alright. Where are we up to? It seems you'll need to further investigate the evidence trafficking that is taking place here. A witness would be useful here. Examine the huge statue at the center of the room. This? The statue? Yes, it's some sort of new fact. No, this is evidence from the case that I was previously involved in. I believe it was called the Alice Red statue. There were supposed to be two of them. Only one real and one fake, but no matter which one this is, it's unnatural for it to turn up in a place like this. And sold for like $2,400,000. Or 4,000, Jesus Christ. 400,000, I should say. I think I'm reading that right. 3 zeros, then 004, yeah. $2,400,000 for that shit. Wild. Mr. Edgewood, you've really seen a lot of cases, huh? Gotcha! Yippee-ki-yay, I got me a scoop. Eek! Yeah, my eyes. Stop it. They ain't getting away from the Great Lotta's camera that easily. I reckon y'all must be criminals. I'ma snap 16 shots before y'all can even say cheese. We're not criminals. fucking theme goes hard. Alright. Really? You ain't fooling my camera of justice with those words. Hmm? You are. Huh? You're... Ain't you that heinous prosecutor from back then? Who are you calling heinous? This is a lot of heart. She's a photographer I've dealt with during my past cases. I see her distinctive accent and her chatterbox mouth haven't changed a bit. Just look at that face. You're obviously up to no good. It seems she has a bad impression of us. Now it's time to pay your dues. Stand still while I photograph y'all. We only came here to investigate. Lies. You think you can fool me like that? Lotta, you've been not helpful before. This is also the case. Mr. Edgeworth? She's not listening at all. She seems harmless. Let's just leave her be for now. So, why did you come here? For the people of the world and for myself. I'm a social justice photographer after all. Social justice? And allow me to guess the reason why you came here. Was it perhaps to expose the illegal evidence trafficking? Oh, I get it. You were trying to get a scoop on the secret dealings. Huh. You know, y'all know that much already. Well, I reckon there ain't no reason to hide it anymore. My sources tell me there's some kind of black market auction being held around these parts. What did you say? So then, all this evidence here is... Yep. They're the goods for the auction. There are a lot of dirty money flying around here. I wanted to try and catch it with my own two eyes. My source gave me a whole bunch of info, but I figured just hearing about it ain't enough. Seeing is believing, after all. So I've been staking out the place from behind this huge statue since yesterday. The auction took place late last night and went on till the early morning. A murder on the night of the black market auction. Could the two events be related? Black market dealings in the Grand Tower. Guess I really hit the mother lode this time. Well, were all the items in the auction pieces of evidence? There was some normal stuff too, like stolen art and the like. I wouldn't consider the stolen art to be normal. But I reckon the evidence was the star of the show here. These folks are law fanatics trying to get their hands on the latest goods from the police. So that's what you wanted to get pictures of, Miss Hart? Pretty much. They were meeting right under the this very storeroom, so I watched them from up here. You said you were here since yesterday. Did you witness the entire event? It was a black market auction after all. They followed a fairly detailed procedure. First, the participants entered the storeroom from the viewing platform one at a time. When they got in, they each took one of those masks on the wall over there. Funny thing about those masks, they're all equipped with voice changers, itty bitty ones. That way, they wouldn't be recognized. They wanted to protect their anonymity? You mean their anonymity? Yeah, that's it. The anonymity. Anonymity. Why not just say identity and make things easier for all of us? After putting on the mask, they'd go down to the lift. Down the lift. And the next feller would come right in. On the way back, it was the exact same thing, but in reverse. They come up one by one, return the mask, and head up out of the storeroom. Ah, that's pretty thorough. How many participants were there? 11 people altogether. I counted each of them as they made their way down. What happened? I'll have you know I was just laid up behind the statue the entire time. Then where were you in the beginning? The beginning? In the beginning. In the beginning. In the beginning. In the beginning. Well, don't you worry yourself about that, you hear? So, she was hiding behind the statue the entire time. I watched the folks coming in while lurking in the shadows. All secret agent like. Note to self, secret agents like to lurk in the shadows. And then they used that lift over there to get down to the auction site. After they all went down, I watched the whole thing from the lift. Did that lift stay down the entire time? Now I came back up, but there's a tiny gap in the floor there. There's a bit of space between the floor and the lift platform, you see? So I could see just about everything that was going on down there. Then did you see the person who was conducting the auction? Huh? Well, yeah, you betcha I did. What kind of story would this be if I didn't know who the conductor was? The conductor, huh? It seems I'll need to ask her the more details. Do you have any more information about this so-called conductor? You know, I came in to get me a scoop. What makes you think I'll give up my info to you all willy-nilly? Basically, what you're saying is you don't know. I see, so that's why she won't answer. What can I say? I couldn't even tell how old they were, or if they were a guy or a gal. Can you tell me what the person was wearing at the time? They had a white jacket with a purple flower, and they were wearing the white gloves. But you know, that don't mean much when I have no earthly clue who they really are. So the conductor's identity was hidden just like the participants. That's right, they had a mask and a voice changer just like everyone else. What kind of mask did this person wear? It was a Zervan mask, I reckon. Zervan? What in blazes is that supposed to be? Miss Erdred, you don't know about Zervan? He's a sworn enemy of the global hero on Yokopan. Zervan, the ruler of time, seriously, who hasn't heard of him? Most people, I'd imagine. Since the conductor wore a mask, I assume you were... It's like... Here's a concept that I just noticed right now. Edgeworth is the millennial. Emma is Gen Z. And it's like, that's the same concept of what happens in like day in, day out type shit. It's like, people make new things and I'm just like, what the fuck is this? They're like, you haven't heard of this? And I'm like, no? Should I? So the conductor wore a mask. I assume you were not able to see their face. Not even a tiny weeny bit. And after I came all this way for my big scoop. This whole story is turning out to be nothing but a fool's gold. That outfit seems familiar. That set of clothes seemed familiar. Perhaps I should show her the piece of evidence. You said the conductor wore a white jacket with a purple flower and white gloves. That's right. They sure looked spiffy for a criminal mastermind. Miss Hart, did they look anything like this? Hey, that's it. That's the conductor. Hold your horses. Are you telling me the conductor is dead? He is the victim of a case we are investigating. Her name is Jo Crane. Have you heard of her? Can't say I have. So she was a lady, huh? What kind of gal dresses like that? She got her kicks from fooling me into thinking she's a guy? I doubt that her intention was to deceive you. Setting that aside, we have established something of major importance. Ah, fuck, the chess game is coming up? Damn it. Alright, the victim was conductor of a black market auction. I see, so the conductor was killed, then that might explain. Explain what, Miss Hart? No. It's nothing, honest. Miss Hart, you clearly sounded suspicious just now. And I'm telling you, I ain't. Can't be. Sorry, were you trying to say something? No, I ain't. I ain't said nothing. Please don't be like that. Just tell us. How many times do I gotta tell you? I'm a journalist. Information is what pays the bills. I can't just go around spouting everything I know. Lotta, honey, please, work with us. We are investigating. You can make this your whole spiel. None of us are journalists. None of us are gonna release this to anyone. Just fucking tell us the information so we can get something out of this. I already said too much. I got nothing left to say to y'all. Then what if I found some fingerprints for you? What good would that do me? I don't want none of your dusty old prints. Oh, why don't you two follow my example and do some investigating on your own? Guess she won't tell us anything. Not to worry, Emma. Just leave it to me. She's about to fucking witness this shit. I don't know why that came to mind when I said that. I have a certain method of drawing out information from those who want to hide it. If my opponent's lips are sealed, I will be the one to unseal them. Let us begin. Let us begin! Alright, hold up. Let me make sure I got everything here in, like, correct order. Because the way how they kind of wrote it here is a little bit weird. Okay. So, get on this real quick. First, let's analyze my opponent's demeanor. I ain't telling you nothing, so quit wasting my time. She seems rather impatient, as if she's trying to cut off the conversation. Must be careful with my time, I won't have long to consider my responses. I'm almost certain that she's hiding something from me. That's where I'll begin my attack. Now, time for the first move. Logic chess, begin! Alright, let's calm down and talk this over. I'm always calm now, leave me alone. A real journalist always keeps her cool. Yeah? Fucking yeah? Hold on, I'm like resettling myself here. Speaking of a journalist, I have something interesting to tell you. A few days ago, I met another self-proclaimed journalist. She spoke with an accent quite similar to your own. She spoke like me. Then maybe it was... Yes, it was your student. I don't remember her, to be honest. Nicole Swift. I remember her. I just read Nicole, and then I looked there and I said Nicole Swift, and I was like, ah. She had a distinct way of speaking, one very much like your own. Furthermore, she said that she had a mentor. Could she have been referring to you? Oh, so you know Nicole. Well, ain't that a fun little coincidence? Where do y'all meet? Wait. No. Stop trying to get me to spill the beans. Phew, that was a close call. Seems that she lets down her guard when she talks about Miss Swift. Give me the information. Why don't you tell me everything that you know right now? No way, Jose. I ain't spilling my guts to someone I have no connection. Sorry, I have no connection with. Perhaps I should use that clue. I say I have no connection with you, Miss Hart. But don't we have a mutual acquaintance with your apprentice? Well, that's... I reckon it would be mighty cruel of me to give Nicole's friends the cold shoulder. Then why don't you share with us what you know? No, I ain't falling for your nasty tricks. No, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't read the thing. You're a scoop? No, just forget it. It ain't nothing important. Your scooter. This is the tongue. It's hardly becoming of a journalist. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell us what it is. Ugh. All right, you got me. I had me a perfect scoop, but I ain't telling you what it is. I ain't sell the story to the publisher. Could it be vital to the investigation? I need to make her talk. Next, I will press her on the contents of her scoop. Hell yeah. She may be quick to lose her temper, but she's even quicker to loosen her tongue. She's not a difficult opponent now to extract the information I need. Does the scoop of yours have something to do with the black market auction? What are you talking about? I don't know nothing about that. Weren't you in the middle of infiltrating the black market auction? The only logical conclusion is that your story was something to do with it. Something to do with it. You ain't getting any answers from me. I didn't hear nothing. You didn't hear what exactly? Did you hear something during the auction? No, that's just heard a weird sound is all. It ain't even worth mentioning it in my article. Just forget about it. There's no question something happened during the black market auction. She heard a strange sound. This could be a useful clue. Does your story pertain to an incident of some kind? Well, maybe it does, and maybe it doesn't. That's hardly a clear answer. Why are you always hollering at me? I ain't done nothing wrong. I just snuck in to do some investigating reporting. You were trespassing. You didn't do anything wrong. That's a bold statement, considering you're currently trespassing on private property. Hey, you're doing it too. Well, I guess prosecutors got the right to investigate wherever they please. I probably shouldn't mention anything about the current state of my my employment. There are far worse people in the world, you know. I reckon I'm a saint compared to folks who murder. Wait, what? Considering what you just mumbled, is it possible your scoop has something to do with the murder incident? With a murder incident. Hey, I was only talking in general. I mean, anyone looked like a bag of roses compared to a murder, right? Sounds like you're just making excuses to me. All I did was gather info on the black market auction. A murder incident, I don't know anything about that. I ain't seen or heard nothing. Perhaps I should use that clue. There you go. Alright. Didn't you say you heard something strange during the auction? If it stuck out to you so much, it must have been a sound that you would normally hear. For example, the screams of a murder victim? Ack. How do you keep figuring everything out so quick? That's right. I stumbled upon a murder in the middle of my stakeout. But please, don't make me say any more. This is the biggest scoop I've had in a while. The murder that she overheard is most likely the same incident we are currently investigating. It is bound to be a crucial information. I'll finish this by confirming the credibility of her information. There's nowhere left to run. It's time to deal with the final blow. Did you really stumble upon a murder? Did you really stumble upon a murder? Y'all calling me a liar? Them's fighting words. I'm a bona fide journalist. I would never publish lies in the articles. Faster and more accurate than anyone. That's the motto. Our motto, huh? Tell me more about the incident. Okay. This could be a useful clue. Maybe I should keep that in mind. Tell me more about the incident. Tell me what you know about the murder incident in full detail. Well, my memory ain't what it used to be. Not much I can talk about. I ain't the most attentive gal in the world, you see? Perhaps I should use that clue. I'd hardly expect a bona fide journalist to be inattentive. Didn't you just say your motto is to be faster and more accurate than anyone? Well, that's as I expected. The credibility of your information is suspect. But I know what I heard. I even got proof. You have proof. Alright, we're almost done with this. Yeah, proof. How is that possible? Explain yourself at once. I got me some evidence. Wait, you heard that. Well, I was just talking to myself. Y'all just go on and pay it no mind. It seems she's still hiding something. This is an important clue. Are you still hiding something from me? Tell me the truth, I know you're still hiding something from me. I ain't hiding nothing from nobody. I already done told you everything I know. Perhaps I should use that clue. Checkmate. Isn't there something you haven't told me yet? You have evidence regarding the incident you witnessed. Something definitely enough to publish it in an article. What in tarnation? Let me off the hook already. Fine, I'll tell you everything. I'll even show you a photo I took if you stop harassing me. That's good enough for you. Checkmate. Logic chess complete. I want like a hardcore I want the announcer from Halo Reach. You go like checkmate complete or like fucking chess logic complete, like something like that. Like, what does he do? How do you do it again? Double kill, triple kill, overkill, something like that. Chess logic complete, something like that. I don't know. I lost. I really lost. The mouth of the South has been defeated. Now then, it's time to come clean. Tell me everything that you know. I was watching the auction, gathering info for my story. You didn't just watch, though. You got talking for the too, right? A little while after the auction started, someone won a bid and the conductor banged the gavel. Someone, however, will finish the deal upstairs or something like that. That ain't good, I thought to myself as I hurried back to hide behind the statue. Did you see whoever came up? Not quite, but I reckon the feller that came up was the winner of the bid. I could smell the buttery aroma of big fat wads of cash. Buttery aroma? Can't imagine that at all. I reckon this room is where the bidders ponied up the dough for their purchases. The two of them talked for a while. Wait, there was a second person in the storeroom. You betcha, I reckon it was the conductor. And then out of nowhere, one of them started screaming. Almost scared by my britches off, I rolled myself up into a ball and kept on laying low. So you witnessed the murder. Well, I wouldn't say that I witnessed it, but I definitely heard it. Heard it though. Didn't you try to stop them? Just stop right there. That ain't fun. That ain't even funny. What's a dainty little thing like me gonna do? Dainty. After that, I heard me some rustling and bustling. The whole time I was really regretting coming here something fierce. Well, yeah, that makes sense, I mean. But nothing gets in the way of Lotta Heart and her photos. This was my big scoop, ain't no way I was gonna let it slip away. A bit later, I hear this loud thud. I figured it was my last chance to snap a photo from behind the statue. Well then, would you please show us the photo? Why do I have to... This is a person in the red raincoat who attacked Kay. The person in the red raincoat assaulted the victim in the storeroom, and then attacked Kay on the roof. There's only one person in this photo where is the victim? Yeah, I thought it was strange too. I could have sworn there were two of them, but when I looked, there was only one, only the one. But that's gotta be the killer, don't you reckon? So, she's saying the victim disappeared. You were able to tell the person was the culprit just by looking. Their hand was stained in bright red, so I figured it was them. What happened to the auction after the murder? Nothing really. It just went on like normal. I guess those rich folks didn't give a hoot. They got some nerve. The nerve of a journalist is nothing to scoff at either. Alright, let's see. That was a lot of testimony, right? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Use logic to connect. Okay, so now we gotta use logic to connect these. We assume that the murder took place in the storeroom. Sorry, I'm like opening the window. Took place in the storeroom. Then we must conclude that the body was here as well. Huh? Isn't that pretty obvious? Do you remember how the participants left the auction? Of course, they passed through this storeroom on the way back from the auction. Ah, exactly. The culprit had to hide the body so that the participants wouldn't discover it. The real question is, where was the body hidden? Alright, we got some things to look at now. Emma, would you mind lending me a hand? Leave it to me. What do you want me to do? Let's see. Use your luminal region to test the blood reaction if you would please. Okay, let me show you the power of science. Glimmer eyes is getting brighter by the second. Let's start by examining the ladder over there. Based on Miss Hart's picture, the person in the red raincoat headed towards that ladder. Chances are something will turn up if we check there. Just touch anything you want to examine. If you do that, we will be able to spray the luminal region. Ah, yeah, I remember. There's a bloodstain on the spot where you sprayed, you'll get a reaction like this. Even so, no matter how many times I see bloodstains, they're always so gruesome. There's a blood reaction here, but it's kind of faint. Let's spray it with luminol 2 or 3 more times, so it's nice and clear. You can see it clearly now. It looks even more gruesome than before. You understand how to look at the bloodstains now. There are probably a few more bloodstains here, so why don't you just give it a try, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh! I have to use my mouse for this. That's actually funny. Let's search the rest of the storeroom and bloodstains, just like that. Okay, so that was a tutorial one. First, let's look for a place to spray the luminal region. We want to examine this spot. Let's spray luminol on every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Mr. Edgeworth, there's a blood stain here too. However, why is there a blood stain in a place like this? Maybe something that had blood on it was stored here inside. That's one area. Boom. Mr. Edgeworth, there are places we still haven't checked yet. So let's continue our investigation. Want to examine the spot? Yep. Let's spray luminol on every suspicious looking cranny. I feel like I was like weirdly pegged up. Mr. Edgeworth, there's a reaction in the bloodstain. But why in a place like this? Perhaps this is where the murder took place. Ah, it looks like some of the blood dripped down to the floor below. Okay. Examine the blood on the hidden lift. Okay. Looks like we found all the bloodstains in this storeroom. Seems we have investigated the storeroom sufficiently. Okay, so I guess she tells you, which is nice. Connect bloodstain to custom trunk to... Yeah, go. Oh, I got another thing soon. Okay. Reason why we found a bloodstain in the costume trunk is because the murderer hid the body in that box. I wonder who won the bid for it. The trunk, I mean. That I don't know. In a certain way, everything worked out exactly as someone wanted. Hold it. It couldn't have been in that dressing box. What do you mean? When I first came down here, that box caught my eye too. It was just the right size and would have made the perfect hiding place. That's what I thought anyway. But I couldn't get the dang thing to open. I had been wrapped up real tight with a locked chain. The murder happened after that, so hiding a body in there would have been impossible, you know? A chain wrapped around it. That's a bit strange. Right now, it doesn't seem to be locked up at all. Huh. That's weird. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me or something. And with that, I believe we have examined everything there is to examine here. Well then, let's head on down. Oh, have we decided on our next destination? Hey, Kay. Yes, Mr. Shields. We wouldn't want you to get lost, so make sure you stay real close to Uncle Ray, okay? Right, I'll follow you closely, Mr. Shields. These two, since when did they get along like that? Investigation complete! Investigation complete. Sorry. The Halo voice is still there. I miss Halo days, man. Halo days, like Halo 3, Halo Reach days, that was the vibe. Those were the vibes in the back of the days. Oh, man, it's not the same anymore. I never did get a chance, though. I never did get to play a LAN party, because I did get into the Xbox scene later. And didn't really get a lot of people to be with that. We fuck with the Halo boys. Whoa, what? Mr. Edgeworth? How interesting. Is this the auction hall? No, it's the meeting room from before. Ha 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 ha! Wah ha 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 ha! Now, how nice of you to drop in, Kay Faraday. You got some guts. Hey, you guys, arrest her, arrest her. Wait, Kay is... As for the rest of the riffraff, just show them out the door. There's a tyranny. Hey, it's tyranny, pal. Miles, this is kind of bad. A lot of justice shines above me. Ha 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 ha. Ah! Yeah. Why me too? Oh, that's strange. I was aiming for that weak ex-prosecutor. You were clearly aiming at me. Maybe something got in my way, particularly. Ah! Right around there. Franziska. Just what do you think you're doing here, ex-prosecutor at Miles Edgeworth? I do not believe that Kay is the culprit behind this incident. You're just an ordinary man without investigation rights. What you say does not matter. I am Francisco von Karma. I will never stop moving forward. However, you chose to quit. The outcome of your battle has already been decided. I cast away my badge because it became a millstone around my neck. I shall continue moving forward even without it. The path I walk will surely lead to the truth. My actions are driven by that belief, and that is something which will never change. So you're saying that you found a path to the truth? Then show it to me. But if that path proves to be a foolish one, you will not survive my whip. Ah, okay. The victim used her keycard and entered the room with the culprit. Then the culprit stabbed the victim in the chest with the candelabra, killing her. Shouldn't the letter make it obvious who the culprit is? Of course, the crime scene was right here in this room, the PIC meeting room. The proof is the blood stain we found here in the meeting room. That settles it, Miss Miles Edgeworth. Miss Von Karma seems really confident, doesn't she? Ah, I see. She's a fiery one, isn't she? I don't mind a feisty cutie, so how about an introductory hug? How repulsive. Well, Miles Edgeworth, can you break my logic? How old is Francisco at this point? Where is she? She's 19. That she was at least a year older at this point. Kay is 17. I think Sebastian is 17 too. Whoop, wrong one. Oh, what? I thought she was 17. I'm so confused with the ages in this game. 33. 22. I think Judge Courtney was supposed to be around the same age as Edgeworth. Well, Miles Edgeworth, can you break my logic? If you truly have no intention of stopping here, prove it to me with evidence. Very well. I'll show you, Francis. The evidence that paves the my path. A 2. A 3. A 4. 5. If memory serves me correctly, the blood in the meeting room was found in front of the statue of Lady Justice, was it not? To murder someone before Lady Justice, this culprit knows no fear. I wonder about that. Have a look at this piece of evidence. Blood was found in the storeroom right above this meeting room. As you can see, there are signs that it has dripped down onto the floor below. And right under the hidden lips is the statue of Lady Justice. Then you understand the murder did not take place here. The killer murdered the victim in the storeroom and then moved the body to this room. While Lady Justice's witness was a coward trying to conceal their crime, and not the moment of the murder. She's smiling. Pardon me, I just remembered a conversation quite similar to this one. As I expected, Miles Edgeworth, such naivety couldn't possibly be an act. Just how is Mr. Edgeworth naive? Ouch! Have you forgotten, or are you just playing the foolish fool? The amount of blood in the meeting room is clearly greater than in the storeroom. Please don't just hit me and then ignore me. Ah! There's a large amount of blood couldn't have simply dripped from the floor above. And even if it had, there should have been much more blood left behind in the storeroom. The murder could not have occurred anywhere other than this meeting room. You're as predictable as always, Francisca. What? The difference in the amount of blood is just what as you say. The question is, why does such a difference exist? That is just trivial. I've already explained it with my perfect logic. In that case, how do you explain the blood that was found in the storeroom? I don't suppose you're going to tell me that it somehow sprayed all over, all the way up there. Like a water fountain. No way! Exactly, it's impossible. In other words, the reason for the difference is in the amount of blood is... The amount of blood in the meeting room and the storeroom are different because... She was stabbed here! No. The weapon was pulled out here. The victim died of a stab wound. Naturally, there would be a significant amount of blood loss. That's obvious just from looking at the bloodstain. But that's so weird. She was attacked in the storeroom, but there was less blood found in this. Ah! Silence, you third-rate prosecutor. But I'm the best! Ah! Do you know when you lose the most blood after getting stabbed with a sharp object? I know, it's when the sharp object is pulled out, right? Precisely. After being stabbed with the candelabra, the body was moved to the meeting room, and then the murder weapon was pulled out right here in this very room. That would account for the difference in the amount of blood that was left behind. But why would the culprit go through all that trouble, though? most likely to give the impression that the murder occurred in the meeting room. Seems Miss Crane's keycard was used last night, but based on the time of use, it must have been a ploy by the culprit to mislead us. In all likelihood, it was the culprit who used the keycard to enter the meeting room. Why would the culprit have needed to do that? Perhaps they feared that the storeroom would be found out during the investigation, and they were involved in the auction. They would not have wanted it to become public. The auction, you say? Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention that to you. Perhaps you should go upstairs and see for yourself what items are on display. I'm sure that will allow you to understand what occurred here. Impressive, Miles Edgeworth. You're willing to go that far to protect her. There's something big lurking behind the scenes of this case. Kay simply got caught up in it. You're exaggerating. Am I now? More than anyone, I would think you'd understand the significance behind all this. Why would you, a prosecutor working with Interpol, be involved in a domestic case? Wasn't your objective to crush a certain international smuggling ring? If your search for smuggled goods has led you here, then isn't this feeling I have related to the case? I'm relieved you haven't lost your touch, even though you've turned in your badge. I heard about your situation from Scruffy over there. Sorry, sir. I just wanted to help out somehow. A wise decision, Detective. Francisca, are you the one in charge of this case? Isn't Interpol pursuing the black market auction? And what if I am? That's not something you need to know. So, you knew about all this from the very beginning. You knew that the black market auction was being held right here. Hey, mind if I butt in? About that gal who turned up dead. You! Hey, I ain't done talking yet. I ain't changed a lick. This case doesn't need even a fragment of your faulty testimony. What are you saying? I'm a bona fide Jedi? Back then, you gave false testimony. Miss Von Karma seems to really dislike Lada. I can't say she's fond of her. Ain't that Crane gal one of them PIC members? She's the spin image of the conductor. I reckon she's... Yeah! She hit me! She hit me again! What is the meaning of this? Answer me, Miles Edgeworth. From Miss Hart's testimony, we obtained a description of what the conductor was wearing, and it matches with what the victim, Jill Crane, was wearing. You mean to say the one who was murdered was the conductor? Miss Von Karma, maybe you should calm... Ah! It would seem that a new fact has been brought to light. Indeed, I came here in pursuit of the black market auction. In order to arrest the organizer of the event, in other words, the conductor. If we believe Ms. Hart's testimony, then the conductor is already dead. Wouldn't this mean that your investigation has ended in vain? That's right. However, swear my name that I will not return empty-handed. I challenge you, Miles Edgeworth. A challenge is fine, but why is she readying her whip like she's out for a victim of her own? Alright. I concede your argument. The murder occurred in the storeroom, correct? That would mean the culprit is someone who participated in the auction. If that photographer is correct, the victim was the conductor and the culprit was the customer. The culprit waited for the victim in the storeroom where the goods were delivered. Then they stabbed the victim in the chest with the candelabra in the storeroom. That is all. I trust you have no objections. Unfortunately, that is not the case, because there is a hole in your testimony. As expected of Mr. Edgeworth, I didn't notice anything at all. Well then, please settle this with one blow. Yes, of course. Watch as I crush her logic. Alright. Rebuttal. Doo-doo. 4. Alright. Miss Hart was in the storeroom at the time. Could the culprit really have been waiting there? I don't know where she was hiding, but since you've seen it, you must know as well. There are numerous hiding places in that storeroom. So the culprit was hiding while they waited for the victim to arrive. I believe the crime occurred after the auction ended. After all, the victim was the organizer of the auction, the conductor. During the auction, the organizer would have to be in front of the customers the entire time. As the auction ended. Please add that statement to your testimony. I believe the crime occurred after the auction ended. Oh, you poor gal. Alright. As I thought, you are one step behind. What do you say? The victim was not the conductor. And I have proof. Miss Hart's testimony. That photographer's testimony is not trustworthy. What are y'all saying? I'm a bona fide journalist. Ah! Cease your idle chatter. Francisca, calm down and listen. Miss Hart witnessed a part of the murder. The main point here is that after witnessing the murder, she says the auction continued. That's right. She, sure as can be, they all just kept going on shamelessly. Do you think the auction could have continued without someone conducting it? If the victim was not the conductor, the person killed must have been a customer. No! As I said from the beginning, Kay is not the culprit. After all, she herself was attacked by someone and lost consciousness. In which case, that would also make her a victim. If the auction continued after the incident occurred, yes, and the victim was not the conductor, but a customer. That's enough. That voice. Justine. Just everyone's in this room. Order in the court. The chairman will now enter. My, no need to be so stiff. Actually, feel free to call me, Blaze. Well then. Blaze. What brings you here? Huh? Well. I just wanted to see if my idiot son was working hard is all. Is this kind of a father-son relationship really healthy? Shit. I had come to light a fire under you, but it seems I found an unexpected bonus. To think that the criminal who had become the talk of the town would be here, of all places. Everyone restrained the suspect at once. Please wait. Kay Faraday is not the culprit. Silence! This is quite troubling, Edgeworth. Didn't I tell you earlier? The PIC desires a swift resolution to this case. If it's not, we could lose our trust with the public. Bro, you lost your trust like ages ago. What the fuck are you talking about? They call us the Waste of Time Committee. You know, it's troubling for me as well. That sort of thing, and at my age too. Stiff lips. Top of that, an illegal investigation is not something that I can overlook. Have you forgotten? You are no longer a prosecutor. You have lost all your authority. Furthermore, you have aided a criminal in evading the law. Yes, that's right. You're so reliable, Courtney. I am aware of the consequences of my actions. You may punish me as you wish. However, we have found a new suspect. It's the person pictured here. Kay Faraday was attacked by this person and... There's no need for your explanation. Just recently, a red raincoat was discovered in the vicinity of this building. The victim's blood and cherry blossom petals were found on the hood. Cherry blossom petals. Now that you mention it on the viewing platform. Yes, they probably stuck on due to the blood. They were littered around with the bloodstains. And we received the forensic report on the bloodstains, you know, there's no trouble about it. The person in that photo is the victim, Jill Crane. What did you say? Impossible. That would completely destroy the foundations of our logic. We had believed the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Now it turns out the person is actually the murder victim. Wait, if that's the case, then the prime suspect would be... Miss Faraday, you met a person in a red raincoat on the rooftop, did you not? Yes, I did, but... The person in the red raincoat was the murder victim. K. Faraday came into contact with that person. As one of the parties is now dead, what happened next should be clear. Kay was attacked by that person. As the victim, it would be impossible for her to be a culprit. There's no evidence she was attacked, is there? There's no evidence she was attacked? Look at her! Like, what? I mean, you could literally get a doctor to check if those injuries are true. Courtney, logic, please! Furthermore, I hate how she acts sometimes. It gets me so livid. Furthermore, we must consider the possibility that the victim fought back. Far too early to come to that conclusion. Kay is not the criminal. You're wrong. Kay. That's wrong. Even though I don't want to believe it myself, after hearing about the raincoat, I finally remembered. I only remember a little, but from what I saw that night, the culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Mr. Edgeworth, it was me. The culprit was me all along. That can't be right. Then why? Why do I have that memory? That person collapsed before my eyes, engulfed in a pool of blood. Why didn't I do anything? Must have been because I killed her. It is clear to me that the validity of K. Faraday's memory. Didn't you doubt it until just now, pal? Yo, she is so two-faced when it comes to something like this shit. It honestly just gets me annoyed. She switches on sides instantly of like, no, I don't believe she has memory loss. Kay just decides to be like, no, I have a memory of this. I now decide to believe her memory loss. Bitch, what? Congratulations, Miss Faraday. Your courage will surely allow you to be forgiven. Now, let us rejoice in the blessings of the Goddess of Law. Allow me to give my opinion as an international prosecutor. Her actions as a criminal are... Hurry, arrest K. Faraday at once. They're pushing so hard to arrest her too. How dare you behave that way before me? You're being too forceful. Further verification is necessary. I even go so far to say this is unlawful. Unfortunately, the law does not side with you. It sides with me, you see? But you know, the beautiful bond between you two has been etched deeply into my heart. That reminds me, you seem to have forgotten one additional suspect. Edgeworth, that's you. What's that, pal? Mr. Edgeworth hasn't done anything wrong. I beg to differ. That's right. You see, he's no longer a prosecutor, sadly enough. The accident has gone too far this time. An illegal investigation and assisting in the escape of a criminal. I cannot even think of you as a former prosecutor. Now humbly accept your punishment. Oh yes, that's right. I believe the plan for today was to hold your hearing before the PIC. Why don't we leave the hearing for tomorrow, even though the result is already crystal clear? You should think long and hard about what you've done. Very long and very hard. Court is now adjourned. We're not in court, Courtney. For fuck's sake. Oh right, we got thrown in prison. I forgot. For aiding Kay in her getaway. This is the second time I've been in the cell. Boy! You need to relax. this guy. All my evidence has been taken away. The only thing I have left is Kei's Yatagarasu badge. I'm worried about Kei. Is she alright? Sorry, I'm drunk. The culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Aren't you doing something? Like, aren't you with everyone else? Mr. Edgewood, it was me. Culprit was me all along. You have a visitor, please hurry out. Visitor? Who could it be? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Will you turn him down? No, it would be hard to face him, though. Wait there. He's not going to stay and keep watch. Pardon me. You don't have Xbox. Judge Courtney. Hush. Please have a seat. Why are you here? I was told the detective had come. But I didn't instruct them to tell you that you wouldn't be sitting here right now. Can't think of anything she'd need from me at this point. I should try to figure out what she wants. The visit, I guess? Your visitation rights have been restricted to begin with. It's as if I'm some monstrous criminal. I suppose my credibility has hit rock bottom. But of course, your friends have fared a little better though. That lawyer and that girl were both quite worked up. Mr. Shields and Emma. When I last saw them, they were giving one of the guards quite an earful. What, you don't mean? Be careful, the goddess of law has been quite busy. They were spared punishment. It certainly seems like you have plenty of time for small talk. Oh yes, Prosecutor Von Karma is presently continuing the investigation. You were worried about them, right? I guess she saw right through me. There's Courtney's goal. Let's cut to the chase. Exactly what are you planning? I am not planning anything. There's merely a question I wish to ask. You're asking me? Yes, of course. Who else is here? Objectively speaking, you are a clever individual and you have a sharp mind. As a prosecutor, you are highly talented and capable. Are you being ironic? Your sarcasm falls short. I am being completely sincere, and that is why I cannot understand. Take this case, for example. You're up against the PIC. There is no chance for you to come out on top. Even a child could understand, and yet you... Perhaps my younger self would not have done something so reckless. The me from before had power. That's why I thought justice was on my side. Just like you right now. However, because of a certain man, my self-centered sense of justice was broken down. Ever since then, I began to see people in different light. He's talking about Phoenix! I am able to serve as a prosecutor only because of the support of the people around me. People like Detective Gumshoe and all the other investigators, and Kei as well. Honestly, even I'm surprised at how much I changed. I see, is that how it is? I come to understand you a little more. Understand me? Not likely. Someone like you who forces her own sense of justice onto others who could never understand. I wonder about that. Is that what you think? My bad. Oh my god, I did something weird. Alright. Sorry. Oh, we're doing chess right after this shit. Just moving my things around. Okay. But I could say one thing. It would be that this conversation has been very interesting. That is all. Our conversation is coming to an end, however. I have one last thing to tell you. The date of your hearing has been set. I came here today to inform you. Today, in the PIC meeting room, may you humbly accept your fate. If that's all you wanted to say, couldn't you have just sent a messenger? The holy words of the goddess of law simply cannot be entrusted to others. Phoenix mentioned an objection. With that, Mr. Edgeworth, I bid you farewell. I shall be seeing you again later. Doo-doo-doo. Alright. Mustn't neglect my personal appearance just because I'm in a holding cell. Prosecutor or not, this is my personal duty. My collar's slightly bent. There. A well-groomed appearance reflects a well-groomed mind. From here on, I'll need to focus myself more than ever. Fucking just Edgeworth bored in a room. There's a dining menu sitting on this desk. On the desk. Seems I can get food delivered if I pay for it. Let's see. Moldy white bread lunch set. Switch to moldy whole wheat bread for an extra $1. Oatmeal and grits set meal. For a limited time, get extra gruel at no additional cost. Thank goodness I'm not hungry right now. There's a poster on the wall next to the toilet. We are currently out of toilet paper. Please be prepared if you wish to use the toilet. What does it mean by be prepared? It's a simple bed. I don't expect it to be very comfortable to sleep on. If it were Detective Gumshoe, he would probably snore loudly while sleeping like a log. You may never get a chance to work with him again. However, this is the path I chose. I won't regret it. Anything else I gotta look around to? The poster hanging in the hallway. The Dice and Slice game. Roll the dice and decide your daily menu. The Dice and Slice game has been cancelled due to the warden's arrest. We sincerely apologize to everyone who was looking forward to it. There's no need to apologize for canceling such a silly game. Just literally, it was just Edward bored in the room. Another visitor. Hey. Ah. Seems you're alright. I'm relieved, for now. You know, this is kind of touching. Stop. You look a little down, Kay. Please, cheer up. You didn't do anything wrong. I guarantee it. Please, just accept it. I am a murderer. That's not true. Why won't you believe in yourself? Why should I believe in, what should I believe in? I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing to believe in. That's not true. Before you lost your memories, you literally jumped into my life. As a result, your words and actions have become engraved in my memories. That's the mark you left behind. How can you call that nothing? I believe in your innocence. That's why you must believe in yourself as well. Thank you. But it's no use. Look at all the misfortune I brought upon you. If you can, please forget it all, your memories of Kay Faraday. No, Kay! Kay! You know, that looks, this takes me back. In my youth, I too was gallant. Is this the kind of justice that the PIC seeks? For Kay to not remember the 21st night of September? How dare you! Justice, huh? I wonder. I wonder. Does she really need to know what happened on the 21st night of September? I am done with this bit. This man, what is he planning? Why is he pushing things forward so forcefully? Why must he make her forget the 21st night of September? I can't with his straight face. It all seems too unnatural. Is there a hidden agenda? There's no time left. It's all or nothing now. Well, then I must take my leave. Hold it. Alright, we're up to this segment. No matter how you look at it, Kay's arrest was unnatural. There must be something behind it. Fuck. Hey, I'm a busy man, you know? I'm kind of a big deal, you see? Oh, I thought he said I truth. I was like, what? I trust this won't take up too much of my time. In order to make it out of the situation, I must break through his defenses. There are plenty of things I want to ask, but my time is limited. First, I ask why he rushed the arrest. I have no intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation. Launch chess. Begin! Oh my god. Oh shit, I'm fucking up a lot of things right now. Alright. Let's see. Why did you rush her arrest? Why did you rush her arrest? I would like to clear a clear explanation. Explanation? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. You clearly did not follow the proper procedures. Okay, maybe you should pipe down a bit. Do you even know the position you're in? Wait and see. Suppose we let the criminal escape. What do you think will happen? What will happen? It would be made to take, I would be made to take responsibility, you see. I do hope you understand. Let me see. Just take my advice and stay out of this. Out of this, if you know what's good for you. I refuse. Kotowaru. Kei is innocent. You know, this is so pitiful. It brings me to tears. Why won't you just give up? Things were finally going well. Things were going well? Things were going well, you say? That's a strange way to put it. It almost sounds as if you personally wanted Kei to be arrested for the incident of the 21st night of September! I will continue this bit until I feel it's unnecessary. Far more than necessary! Having you lost your partiality? I don't know how to pronounce that word. You think so? That certainly wasn't my intention, you see? I keep thinking his tears are actual sand. Somehow? His goggles keep filling up with tears. Edgeworth, my boy, you're reading too much into it. He skillfully avoided the issue. However, I still have some serious doubts about Kei's arrest. Next, I should ask him if the investigation was sufficient. I can't miss even the tiniest piece of information. That's the only way to break through the situation. Wait, what? Oh, was it under your authority? I missed one segment of the reading thing. It's hard to say that the investigation was sufficient. The arrest, was it under your authority? My, do I really look that important? The prosecutor, oh my god. The PIC chairman is quite a prominent title. I am not going to say what the whole thing is, besides investigation committee, because I hate the P word, okay? Other than that, not that I care much for it. That was rather blunt. Why, I'm so shocked I could cry. I'm sorry, flattery was never my forte. If you keep talking like that towards me, you will never get your prosecutor's badge back, you know? I don't need my badge. Let me make this clear right now. I do not live for the sake of my badge. That means nothing to me. Do you understand? Young, so young. Let me teach you something as your senior in life. What you're saying right now is far too naive, you see? The look in his eyes has changed. He might respond differently to some of my questions now. This is my chance. How long did you investigate? Yeah, how long did you investigate? How much time was spent on the investigation? Well, aren't you an impertinent one? Even someone like me is starting to get annoyed. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. Answer me, was the investigation sufficient? Young folks always live life in the fast lane. That's why I like to bully them. You'll regret this soon enough. I have to wait and see after this one. You sure are quiet. Are you scared? Ridiculous. I was just thinking about my next strategy. On how to extract information from a weepy old man. You should show some remorse, you know? Don't you get it? I hold your fate in my hands. Wait a see. In any case, even if you obtain some information, there's nothing you can do. Just give up already. I refuse. Kotowaru. Sorry, when I hear I refuse, I think of Rohan and then Kotowaru. Mind if I ask why? It's simple. It's simple. The truth is fading away. That's all there is to it. I see. I'm starting to understand what kind of person you are. But you know, it's all useless. It's enough to make me cry. Give it up. That girl's guilt has already been decided. Decided? That's strange. The way you say that, it almost sounds like it was decided from the very beginning. Bro, might be Rohan. What are you trying to say? Her arrest was planned. Yes, it's clearly unnatural. Everything is progressing as if Kei's guilt was predetermined. Wasn't Kei's arrest planned from the start? I see. That's an interesting theory. But not a game theory. MatPat is leaving YouTube, so we can't say that anymore. Or indulge in such a thing as game theories. Sad days to come. But I don't have time to indulge in your flights of fancy, you know? Why don't we put an end to this silly conversation and talk about who's gonna make the FNAF theories? Curses, he's trying to get away! And of all things, the FNAF theories! What's this improv I've been doing? Before that, I must find out if the arrest was lawful. Oh, my fucking controller desynced again. I keep moving a lot, so that's why it desyncs the controller. Like the way how I move it. So I have more to ask you. Still very faint, but I'm beginning to see the path of the truth. I can't let this opportunity slip by. So I have more to ask you. It's just... We can't say that anymore, he's gone! Please wait, there's still something I want to ask you. Why is MatPat leaving? I've grown weary of our little... Tete? Please keep it short, okay? And you must watch the video in order to understand why he's leaving. What basis for the arrest? If I put together what you have told me up until now, I cannot help but say that there is no basis for Kei's arrest. Yes, I understand, you see? But you know, it doesn't really matter either way. You can't overturn her arrest. She was there at the 21st night of September and she does not need to remember. How irresponsible. You still claim to be a man of the law to make her forget the 21st night of September? My, those are some harsh words, you know? This is so dumb. Alright, what's happening? It's like desyncing a lot. Let me like make sure the controller is like not weirdly in a weird position. That like weird like stop of the thing was because I couldn't connect the control. You know, you're starting to make me a little angry. Wait and see. You see, to be honest, I really can't answer all of your questions, you know? That's just the position I'm in, you see? I'm a busy man, you know? Aren't you just pretending to be busy? That's cruel, you know? The old chunk of coal has been working like a dog. Pretending? Just what do you think that would accomplish? You don't want to talk about it, do you? You don't want to talk about the case. Isn't that why you're trying to get away from this place? You're trying to get rid of the fact of what happened on the 21st night of September with Kei. How sad. I don't know how long I'm gonna go with this bit. I've just been on a roll, to be honest. How sad? Yes, how sad indeed. Do you really suspect little old me? I do suspect you, and I'm confident about it. There was clearly no basis for Kay's arrest. My, have you forgotten? Wasn't there evidence? The mask, the letter, the corsage, all were found in the girl's possessions. Not to mention, she even confessed. All this serves to prove her crime. That's... Any objections? Objection. You see, you have no response. It's true I have no objections, although there is one point that bothers me. Okay. This man seems awfully familiar with the evidence. You remember everything without missing a beat. That intrigues me. This could be useful. This could be a useful clue. So I have more to ask you. Please wait. There's still something I want to ask you. Who made the decision? Who made the decision? Who's the one who made the decision? To arrest her. Well, I can't say I remember. Growing old is a terrible thing, you see. My memory's not what it used to be, you know? Perhaps I should use that clue. You remembered all the evidence. Don't you play dumb with me. Didn't you remember all the evidence in full detail just now? Stop pretending to be forgetful, to be a forgetful old man when things aren't going your way. Now then, who was the one who made the decision to arrest her? I see you're a sharp one, aren't you? You know, I wish my son could learn from you. Because he's a real idiot. I'm not interested in your son. Who made the decision for the arrest? You're a bad man, you know. Don't you already know? The one who ordered her arrest. Obviously, it was you. The person right in front of me, I'm certain of it. Ouch. You make it sound like I committed some kind of injustice. Guess I have to clear that up. My honor's at stake here, you see. Very well, I'll continue to play along with you until you are satisfied to what happened on the night of the 20th. On the night of... Oh my god, how you go? Fuck, how did I go? I lost my fucking pizzazz to it. What is most crucial here is how much this man knows about the case. But I can get him to reveal that. It's do or die. If I can overcome this, I'll reach the truth. You seem to know quite a bit. You seem very familiar with this case. I'm a wise man, you know. I'm familiar with most things, you see. I don't think it was very wise of you to arrest Kay in this case. That's kind of the indicator. I'm a very busy man. I can end this conversation anytime I want, you know? Don't you forget about that. And don't you forget about who's gonna do the FNAF theories from now on. This would have already been over if you had simply answered my questions. If you give me a proper answer, I won't take any more of your time. And please, only MatPat can do the FNAF theories. I will ask you once again, why are you so familiar with the case? I read the case file. I read the case files, see? Honestly, it was quite a drag, you know, but it's my job, so what could I do? Because of my position, you see, I can't just skip out on it. Well, I had some time to kill, so I read the whole thing, you see? You just said you were busy. That's strange, didn't you just say you were very busy? Aren't your faults slowly coming to light now? If you truly wish to protect your position, I would advise you to rescind the arrest order. And to tell me why MatPat is leaving YouTube. You really are desperate, you know? That never say die attitude, it touches my heart. And I told you, you gotta watch the video. But you know, it's unfortunate that all your hard work was for naught. Because we discovered her unconscious body near the crime scene, you see? You found her unconscious. This is the first I've heard of Kay's condition when she was found. She was unconscious in the storeroom. That's right. The source of that information is classified. Just like the reason why MatPat's leaving YouTube. Something you should only see on YouTube itself to know. This man knows things even I don't know. Like, why MatPat is leaving. Does he know the whole story behind this case? And the reason for MatPat leaving? This could be a useful clue. About Kay. The suspect regarding Kay. How much do you know about her? She's a suspect in this case. That's all I know, you see? Scouts on her. Perhaps I should use that clue. Something you said feels out of place. You know about things that the crime scene investigation never revealed? Why is that? Just how much of the truth do you know? Tell me what you know. You're making your forceful face again. Real-time dub videos of games. You know, it kind of makes me want to do the same, like this. Don't you know the whole story? I don't care to copy me. I can just wait and see. You really are a persistent one, you know, but I can admire that, you see? I will take that as a compliment. Can you give it a rest already? At my age, my body's not as strong as it once was, you know? I mean, he's always had that. That's just that, bro. It's Phoenix Wright, bro. Characters have like random shit with them. He's the chairman of all the prosecutors. Look what he's wearing. look who he is as a person. There's no one else who could be the culprit beside her. She was even given that much evidence to show. This is like 5 games in. Evidence to show that she committed the crime. She was given evidence. She was given evidence, you say? That's an odd choice of words. It almost sounds as if she did not possess them under her own will. It also feels like MatPat didn't willingly left YouTube on his own. I see. You really do have a fine eye for the detail. As expected of a former prodigy prosecutor. You've already found your answer, haven't you? I'm listening, so go ahead and say it. There's no need to hold back. I have finally wrenched open the heavy door to the truth. Now all that remains is to strike the final blow. Kay is not the culprit. Kay is not the culprit. My, that's a rather bold claim, you know? Anyone could shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see, Mr. Former Prosecutor. I should break through this with that clue. Kay was framed, and MatPat isn't... And MatPat was told to leave YouTube! The true culprit is pinning the blame on her and making MatPat leave! That's my answer! Oh shit! He burned his beard. Yes. You're a clever one. It almost makes me feel bad that your prosecutor's badge was taken away, you know? Yes, it's as you say. Checkmate. You arrested Kay even when you knew the existence of the true culprit. And the reason why MatPat is leaving YouTube. Don't toy with me. There's no way such an act would be tolerated. You sure are agreeing, you know? That's what a prosecutor's supposed to do. It will all work out fine if we make her guilty. Who would desire such a resolution? If I had to say, maybe the PIC, and also, maybe me, you know? When I heard your words just now, I could barely hold back my tears, you know? It was just so splendid, you see? And it burns me up inside. I'm not the most perfect piece of work, you know? So I can't forgive such youthfulness. You say the truth is important, but you know, once you know the real value of the truth holds, I wonder if you can still say the same thing. What are you trying to say? When you get to where I am, you can just create your own truths anytime you want. Kay Faraday is the culprit. That was the truth that I simply manufactured out of thin air. And she will never remember the 21st night of September, and MatPat is leaving on his own! Good, very good. That face, that expression! You were such a desperate one. You see? That's why I really wanted to bully you, you know? You see, even if you know the truth, there's simply nothing you can do. It's like I'm trolling you on the internet, and you can't track my IP down, because you're not a hacker, so you can't find out where I live. And that's the real value of the truth. So shocking that it's to die for, you know? Why won't you pursue the true culprit? How much of the truth do you know? Do you understand now? The truth that you believe in is worthless, you see? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Powerless former prosecutor. You. Oh, kawaii. Scary. You know, I guess the friends of the heinous criminal are also quite heinous themselves. Please, you! And like this, you see? One more person will disappear before me. Ah, here come the waterworks. These tears of mine just won't stop, you know? Actually, I have a kind of an illness. That's why I keep crying consistently. It sucks at times, but hey, I gotta live with it. Everything will be decided in today's deliberation. Kay's innocence, I would definitely prove it. By the way, the bit of MatPat, the 21st night of September, that shit's gonna come into play. I already have that shit improv the entire time. I know where I'm leading with this. And I hope anyone who's listening to me is knowing where I'm leading into it. 10 members are present. The quorum has been met. The quorum? From here on out, let the council begin. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the goddess of law. Clear conscience. Don't make me laugh. Excuse me. There you go. I was waiting for that burp. Excuse me. Courtney, please give us your report. Let's see here real quick. Alright. On April 5th. No. Not April 5th. September 21st. On September... We're making a new date. On September 21st, Prosecutor Edward carried out an illegal investigation and resisted arrest. He was arrested by 2 of our members who caught him in the act, myself and Blaze the Best. Prosecutor Edward disrupted the investigation of attorney Jill Crane's murder. He claims that the culprit Kay Faraday was arrested without sufficient evidence. Even now, his claim remains unchanged. Tell us more about the murder incident. On the 21st night of September, the victim's body was found here in the PIC meeting room. Regarding the details... I, Sebastian the best prosecutor, would have elected you! The prosecutor in charge, Sebastian the Best, will explain the rest of the details. Alright, so check it out. It's like this. No, I'm not giving up that voice. The murder happened on the night of April 21st. It's actually all September 21st. It all happened in September 21st. Don't worry how the logistics work. They just do. The victim was one Joe Crane. On the same night, a black market auction was being held in this very meeting room. I guess Miss Crane was taking part of this in the auction. Yep. The murder occurred in the middle of the auction, did it not? When Miss Crane was found, she was dressed like the conductor of the auction. However, based on the fact that the auction continued after the murder occurred, I deduced that Miss Crane would not have been the conductor. You weren't the one who made the deduction. Sebastian, please show everyone the basis for the arrest of the culprit. You got it, Justine. Kay Faraday was unable to bear the weight of her good conscience. I believe you mean her guilty conscience. Yes, it was her guilty conscience that drove her to confess the crime. According to her confession, on the roof of this building, she met a figure in a red raincoat on the viewing platform. So Crane was wearing a red raincoat. Yes, that's correct. The culprit used the conductor's clothes as a red herring to mislead us. At the time of the murder, Miss Crane was wearing a red raincoat. It was I who discovered the raincoat near this building. He did. I'm sure it was the forensics team who found it. To be more precise, it was the forensics team under Sebastian's orders who discovered it. I thought as much. According to the blood analysis, the person in the red raincoat and Miss Crane were the same person. The decisive evidence is the culprit's own confession. She testified that she killed her. That's right, the culprit is Kay Faraday. It couldn't have been anyone else but her. Well then, Edward, if you have any objections, let's hear them. I have no objections. I have no objections to your claim that I investigated illegally. I admit to that. However, I object to the claim that Kay is the culprit. I will testify that Sebastian's investigation was fair and just. Ha 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 ha, of course it was, Justine. Don't you know that I'm the fairest of them all? Edward, my boy, despite how things may seem, I actually kinda like you. If, and this is just an if, you see, if you were to withdraw your objection, you might be sitting on this side of the bench tomorrow. I'll ask you one more time, Edward. Do you have any objections? Don't take me for a fool. I advise you to watch what you say. This man is the one who, oh my god. This man is the one who should watch what he's saying. I'm talking about the case, not about the chair. I demand a testimony. By all means, let me hear it. I want to know how the PIC understands this case. A testimony from us, eh? Fine then, if that's what it takes to make you happy. Courtney, give him the materials from the investigation. Sir, but it's the end of the line for him. I'll let him go on in a blaze of glory. You insist, my chairman. Receive evidence from the Judge Courtney. Why don't we have Courtney give the testimony? I have no objections. Mr. Edgeworth, don't worry, Kay. Just you just watch from over there. I'll figure out what happened on the 21st night of September for you. I have to know what happened to you that night and why you became this. Summary of the case. Miss Crane went into the black market auction as a customer. Wrong. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. That was how she met her end, and that concludes my summary of the case. He honestly did. The red raincoat was up for auction. Is that a fact? It is quite likely. The red raincoat has been a piece of evidence in the assassination attempt on the president of Zhangfa, as you well know. Originally, it should have been stored in an appropriate place, but when I asked about it, I learned that it went missing. and it somehow made its way to the black market auction. Certainly a natural conclusion. My, well done, Courtney. Your explanation is as clear as ever. I am much obliged. Prosecutor Edgeworth, will you concede defeat now? Sorry, but I don't plan on it. I see. I am relieved. Relieved? What does she mean? Come to think of it, her reason for questioning me yesterday remains a mystery. Just what is she thinking? Does she know what happened to MatPat and the 21st night of September? Miss Crane went to the black market. Oh, yeah. 2, 3, 4, and numero 5. Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kate Faraday. Where is le photo? Judge Courtney, I have found it to be strange for a while now. Why is Miss Hart here with us? She is an eyewitness to this case. Isn't it only natural for her to be in attendance? Ah, shucks. I reckon I'm more of a ear witness than an eyewitness. It seems that gaining the trust of others isn't your strong point, Judge Courtney. Perhaps I simply do not wish to be as tactless as you. She knows. It appears you have failed to get the witness to tell you the most vital information. Please look at this photo. This was taken by Miss Hart. This photo seems to have been taken in the storeroom. And what of it? According to your reasoning, the incident took place on the viewing platform. However, Miss Hart encountered the incident in the storeroom. That's right. It had taken place just before this photo was taken. Wait, if that's true, then it seems reasoning. Exactly, it does not hold up. What? Miss Hart, allow me to ask you again. You saw the person in the photo with your own eyes, correct? I sure did. I seen him plain as day with my own 2 eyes. And what did you think at the time? I figured I was about to get my big scoop, you know? Like, come on. I guess that makes sense. That's not what I meant. What did you think of that person? Huh? Well, I reckon she'd help me bring home the bacon. Are you mocking me? Ah, shucks, don't make that scary old face. It was just a harmless little joke. The person in the red raincoat, I reckon they were the culprit. I hope you understand now. The crime occurred in the... Prosecutor Edgeworth, I cannot understand your argument if you do not say it out loud. Like, for fuck's sake, I can't actually read a mind. Just fucking tell me. Like, she got, like, so, like, out of it now. She's like, alright, I'm done with being, like, nice and pleasant. What the fuck? If you had simply asked, I would have been more than willing to explain. Explain what? The sounds Miss Hart heard may not necessarily be related to the case. That is impossible. Enough of your excuses. Was the voice that Miss Hart heard really that of Miss Crane? Such a shady conversation must have had something to do with the case. What did her voice sound like? Her voice? Well, it beats me. How was I supposed to know? They were both using voice changers. Yes, the voices Miss Hart heard had been altered by a device. We must therefore question whether or not they have any bearing on this case. We need not object just because you wish to sigh. That was more of a... like a scoff more than a sigh, but other than that. Judge Courtney, it seems I have greatly overestimated you. Inability to get some brothels? You mean wenches? Brothels is the location. No, Courtney, is quite amazing, you see? You claim that the sounds Miss Hart heard have no bearing on this case. Even if they do not, it doesn't change the fact that the crime took place in the storeroom. At the very least, the crime must have occurred before the victim went up to the rooftop. The reason being... yeah. This evidence proves the crime occurred before the victim went up to the viewing platform. Trying to line that up a little bit. There you go. At first, I thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Well, Miss Hart's testimony certainly made it sound that way. Precisely, it was because she saw that the person's hand was covered in blood. Anyone who heard her testimony would have arrived at the same conclusion. The person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and the blood on their hand was the victim's. However, if the person in the red raincoat was the victim, then the situation changes completely. Since blood can be seen in the photo, it must have been taken after the crime occurred. It seems we've been under the wrong impression in regards to the victim's condition. The photo shows the true condition of the victim was still alive after the attack. Alright, we're getting to the next part. I need to get water soon. The victim was definitely attacked in the storeroom. Immediately afterward, the victim was seen in the blood on her hand. That must mean the victim was still alive even after she was attacked. The blood on her hand must have come from her own wound. No way! Are you saying that she died from a hand injury? No, that is not the case. I suspect she just held her hand against the wound. It can't be seen in the photo, but at this moment, she must have already suffered a fatal wound. Ho ho! If that's true, then it changes a lot of things, you know? It seems you understand. This refutes the allegations against Kay. Kay encountered the victim after the picture was taken. I believe at that point in time, the victim was already on the verge of death. It's likely Kay just happened to be present when the victim reached the end of her strength. That is quite the coincidence. Indeed, I can only say that she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Prosecutor Edward, it seems you have forgotten a crucial fact. Ah, you mean that, right? He must be pretending that he hasn't noticed it, you see. What did you say? Are you implying that I forgot something? Courtney, I think it's about time you gave him his last rites. Hey, Pops, just scenes with me, you know? Don't urge her around like that. You know, even though you're my son, you're so embarrassing. I'm not embarrassing. I'm sorry, but you're both rather embarrassing. I feel kind of bad for Sebastian. Justine, give Mr. Edward his very well. I should give him his last rites. Alright. When the body was found, there were 3 wounds in Miss Crane's chest. I'm sure you're well aware that the kind of wounds these were, right? Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with the 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you still say the same thing after reading it? Excuse me. I will offer a rebuttal, of course. Why would you do that? Didn't you hear what Justine just said? Of course I did. And I still plan to object to it. It's not fair! You're always opposing me at every turn! It was never my intention to oppose you. Huh? Really? It's simply not worth my time. I see. So that's how it is. Yep. After all, That's enough, you know. You're embarrassing your father, you see. Huh? What do you mean, Pops? Poor Sebastian. When the blood was found in the 3rd room. But we... But yeah, the red raincoat doesn't have the wounds. Or like the holes. Chairman the Best, do you know what this is? It seems to be the red raincoat. How about it, Courtney? The victim, Miss Crane, was wearing this earlier. Prosecutor Edward, must I repeat my explanation to you all over again? Like, are you a fucking idiot? I suppose it just might come to that. Judge Courtney, answer me this. This red raincoat was stained with blood. Do you happen to remember where specifically those bloodstains were located? Of course I do. They were on the hood. Wait, it can't be. What does this mean? Judge Courtney, were there any other bloodstains besides the ones on the hood? None were detected. Don't you think it's strange? The victim died from a stab wound to the chest. In that case, there should have been bloodstains on the front of the raincoat. However, the only blood they found was on the hood. There's a huge contradiction. This wound on the victim's head is no ordinary wound. After all, the victim sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest. It does appear that way, doesn't it? The victim first suffered the head wound. If she had already been stabbed in the chest, the raincoat would have been stained with blood. Therefore, it is unthinkable that her chest was stabbed before she suffered the head wound. So the order of wounds would be first the head, followed by the chest. However, does that really change the situation? With this, a contradiction is born. One that overturns all of our assumptions up until now. Is the change really that great? I look forward to hearing it. Well then, this contradiction, why don't you show it to me? With evidence. Which piece of evidence shows a contradiction that arises from the autopsy? Or autopsy report, right? Yeah. Let me, actually, yeah. Let me get water real quick. I'm still here. It's like I'm moving my chair back near my mini fridge so I could reach the bottle. Where the fuck is it? Not the bottle, the gallon. But without desyncing my my VTuber. Hopefully it's not desynced. Okay, that's a new idea. Sorry, I was kind of just looking at my figures for a second. Recently, it's been happening kind of here and there, but my figures don't have a steady ground, I guess would be the word. So, anytime I shake the table, or like, just shake in general, like any like movement near the table, it shakes the figures, and then they kind of flop over sometimes, and I have to like fix it all over again. So I think what I'm gonna do is move them to a different position, or a different, what's it called? Like I'm gonna move them onto a shelf, but move the figures on the shelf down as well. Like it's gonna be 3 that I move back and then 4. That's the whole premise. I think I know which ones I want. Sorry, that's like a weird side note. This is the autopsy report written by the Dr. Young. Sorry, I'm like moving shit. According to this, the head wound was post-mortem. But that's not what the raincoat shows. Exactly. It's the exact opposite. Bailiff, hurry and summon Dr. Bonnie Young at once. Until we hear that what she has to say, we cannot close the curtains on this case. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Look how basic everyone else looks. Dr. Young is a busy person. It will take some time for her to arrive. In the meantime, let us try reviewing the case from another angle. There's something that's been on my mind, one of the key figures in this case. For instance, the fact that this is on the 21st night of September. Doesn't that kind of have a weird coincidence to like a song? But also, the fact that MatPat is leaving YouTube. Like, what's up with that? The conductor. We still don't know who that person is. Now that you mention it, even after our investigation, we still have no idea who it is. The conductor has come up time and time again during this hearing. However, at this point in time, their identity remains a mystery. How about it? Do you have any ideas? I'm still not sure at the moment. However, there is someone I have in mind. A certain individual involved with this case who might know something about it. Who's that? Blaze the best. I demand your testimony. What? Papa? Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you suspect Pops? Papa? Are you trying to cast suspicion towards the chairman of the PIC? Do you understand what that means? Status and prestige mean nothing before the truth. I'm good. The man is trying to pin the crime on Kay. The evidence that was in Kay's possession, the ticket stub, the mask, the corsage, these items did not come into her possession out of her own volition. Violation is a different word. By some method, that man purposely planted them on her personage. And I think he knows what happened on the 21st night of September and why MatPat is leaving. And he's not saying it. And I will get to the bottom of it. It is hard to believe such a sudden accusation, but I'll ask just in case. As well as, does he really know why MatPat's leaving? Who will do the FNAF videos? I know, Justine! It's bonkers! Why would he do that? Obviously, to direct suspicion towards Kay. I succeeded in drawing out those words from him earlier. Mr. Chairman, your response. Are you too shocked to speak? Because I know you're the person? And what of it? Alright, be a dick about it. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, what of it? With my chest. Alright, you got it. You say that you drew out some words from me, but you don't have a shred of proof, you know? No one else heard of it but you. It just doesn't work like that, you see? Or do you have something else, you know, some kind of basis for your argument? I'm very tired. You're gonna miss the end of the bit. I do hope you watch it along the lines. This conference. He also showed at the cell. You have a good night, Sly. I appreciate you for dropping by. I'm about to burp again, so I'm sorry for that. But yes. Good night, Sly. I appreciate you for dropping by, man. Prosecutor Edgewood, I would like you to explain once more. I trust we have your permission, Mr. Chairman. But of course! I'm pretty interested in this matter myself, you know? Why did MatPat leave? What happened on the 21st night of September? I'd like to know just what part of me seems criminal to Edgeworth. There's no one as honest as I am, you see. How can he say that with a straight face? Let's start from the top. The fact that the auction was held in this room is a cause for suspicion. This is the PIC meeting room. I imagine it would be difficult for non-members to enter. That's why all the members have key cards, you know? I think we could assume that multiple auctions have been held here before. Therefore, suspecting a member of the PIC would be the best. Yes, because the conductor had to have been a PIC member. Wait, no! What? What was that all about? What do I do, Pops? I just helped the enemy. Sebastian really is an idiot. I hate my son. Anyways. But you see, Edgeworth, I'm the only one with access, you know? Just be going, haha, my idiot's a son. I hate him. Moving on. Indeed, there are 11 members in the PIC. Even if we rule out the victim, Miss Crane, there are still 10 potential suspects. Can we talk about how basic the other members are? Then we have the chairman. We have Sebastian. We have Justine. Well, she looks actually kind of normal, really. Sebastian, a little bit. Edgeworth. Red suit is a big flare, but he is sophisticated regardless, though. He still has, like, the nice suit regardless. Kay, who is currently supposed to be a patient. Then Lotta. The country bumpkin. It's not me, but it couldn't be the chairman, right? I don't know who it is, but whoever it is should just come forward. Yes, yes, everyone, just calm down, I know, you know? I used to be an arsonist when I was younger. Just thought I'd just tell everybody that. That's why I have this letter with me every day. Edgeworth, is that all you got? Where's the evidence to suspect me? Also, I used to smoke. Oh, so you've fallen silent. But you've gone too far, you see, I won't forgive you anymore. It's too late for regrets, you know? I'm a very important man, you see, former chief prosecutor and chairman of the PIC. It's fine if you're not prepared to face the fire, you know? Cause you see, I like burning shit. I'm surprised I haven't burned my own place down. Either way, it won't make any difference. He's just giving us random tidbits about his life. Cause I'm gonna believe. You've been rambling on for quite a while about the most trivial details. Listen, no one needs to know what happened on the 21st night of September. No one needs to know why MatPat really left. He already said it in his video. Come on, guys. And no one cares about the FNAF theories anymore. That's right, I said it! Me doing that voice is kind of hurting. Good water. Like the Sorry. Like the location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and what else was there? It just doesn't matter, you know? Because you see, none of that means anything, you know? Did he just ramble? Like, did he just really just say nothing in that last statement? That shit fucking pisses me off. Think about it. We've got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. That's all that matters, you see? She'll even get a lighter sentence with her confession, you know? Now then, if there are any contradictions, be my guest. How can that be considered a testimony? There must be a contradiction somehow. This man rambled on! That person, he's very important, isn't he? Mr. Edgeworth, it's alright. Let's just give up. Surely I must have killed her. I can't even remember her. Don't be tied down by your muddled memories. If you want to believe in something, believe in the me that believes in you. That's from an anime I recently watched. Edgeworth's just into the Gurren Lagann. Believe in your own innocence. Believe in me, who believes in you! I was fucking around! But my opponent is the PIC chairman. Taking him down won't be easy. However, he has underestimated me, and I can take advantage of that. Rebuttal. Alright. 2, 3, 4. It may be true she confessed, however, that does not make it the truth. She is suffering from from memory loss, so we must question the credibility of her testimony. Oh, that's a weird objection. He's an addiction. Even if you say, how old is he? He's 68. He's old, but not that old, I would say. Even if you say that, you know, it still won't solve anything. What good will it do to deny her confession? Sounds like nonsense to me. Want to try asking her again? I think she'll just say that she's the murderer again, though. Very well. Let's try asking her again one last time. I'd like to hear from Kay herself, whether or not she is the culprit. Huh? From me? Will that be alright? If this goes poorly, it will be quite unfavorable for you. I do not mind, however, I shall ask Kay the question myself. I'm moved to tears, you know? Oh, how touching, you know? How very touching. I allow it. Fine then, I'll let you ask her. However, I have one condition. If all this proves to be a waste of time, then that will be the end of it. How's that sound? The end of the hearing? Yes, yes. It seems you can be smart once in a while, Sebastian. I fucking hate you. In other words, you see, if she confesses again, Kay Faraday will be found beyond a shadow of doubt guilty. Yep, it's a fine idea. Guilty beyond a shadow of doubt. Yeah, that's right. That's harsh. But either way, if I do nothing, she'll be declared guilty. Okay. Yes. I know what I'm asking of you is unreasonable, but please, I want you to answer me. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. Do you remember anything? Anything that would prove your innocence? Why would you go that far for me? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to remember. Because I might have done something even worse. I might be the reason what happened on the 21st night of September. And well, as getting MatPat off of YouTube. If that were the case, I would only make things worse for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay Faraday must have been a despicable criminal. Someone who betrayed your trust. Don't worry. We've only known each other for a short while. But I know you very well. I'd even say that I know you better than yourself, now that you've lost your memories. You cannot possibly be the culprit because your true identity is... The great thief Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the noble thief who would never stoop to murder. No, it's useless. After all, no matter what, that memory still remains. This image that's stuck in my head, I can't get rid of it. That means I must have... There's no clear evidence to prove that you're the culprit by your own... Remember what I said, you must believe in yourself, or perhaps you cannot trust my words. No, that's not it. It's because you are trying to save someone like me. You've already lost so much, all for my sake. I can't bear it anymore. Please, please just give up. Just give up, yeah. I see now. I thought it was strange. The reason you were acting like you wanted to be found guilty was because you were concerned about me. That is just like you, Kay. It's because you're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Unfortunately, I may fall short of your expectations. I'm not trying to be a good person. No matter how much you may want me to give up, I'll keep trying to save you. That is the nature of who I am. Whether or not it is a burden for you is none of my concern. Fucking what? She's just like, huh? Kay, believe in yourself once more. You are a noble, great thief. What you should be doubting is your memory of committing the murder. That is my wish above all else. Please. Ah! Kay! What is it? Did you remember something? If she remembers something now, it'd be like a bad movie. Bull. Bull? Prosecutor Edgeworth, please ask her to clarify. Well, Kay, what do you mean by bull? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat had that with her. The stuffed bull doll. I'm certain of it. Is that true? Is that true, defendant? Yes, Your Honor. The court hereby accepts the defendant's statement as a new piece of testimony. Quit messing around, Courtney. A testimony like that cannot be accepted, you know? Your objection has been noted, sir. However, testimony about the victim's belongings has been lacking up until now. Nevertheless, you know, her vague memories cannot be trusted, you know? Her memories are vague. That would be bad for us as well. Didn't you say this earlier yourself, Mr. Chairman? Since we have the suspect's confession, we don't need to worry about the trivial details. If we decide to doubt her memories, then we must also doubt her confession, which is the main foundation of our case. Are you willing to do that, sir? Ah, you're right. Well, never mind then. I shall leave it to you. Thank you very much. She's on our side. She's secretly on our side. We did it. It was touch and go for a while there, though. It was touch and go there for a while. Whatever. You know what I'm saying. However, those words of Judge Courtney just now, it almost feels as if she's on our side. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know anything about the stuffed animal? Stuffed animal Kay spoke of must have been this. We found it in the storeroom. It is believed to be one of the items for the auction. This is... You know something about it, Justine? No, it's just a bit different from what I imagined. Indeed, it's certainly not what I would have expected the victim to be carried. Examine every suspicious nook and cranny. Simple. The right horn seems to be fine, but the entire balance feels a bit off. This horn, it looks like you can move it. What? What was that buzzing sound? It seems this toy is equipped with a recording device. And, I knew you were, right away. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide the burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. Ah! Is this the moment of the murder? Who could have recorded something like this? This is... There ain't no doubt about it. This here was what I heard. Excuse me. We cannot verify when these voices were recorded. It's also possible that they aren't related to the case at all. If only we had some video as well. That's hogwash. I'm telling you, that right there was the conversation that I heard. The victim was holding onto it, right? I reckon it must have been recorded when she got attacked. That certainly is a possibility. However, your testimony alone is insufficient. I require something with a little more credibility. Again, her words. It almost sounds as if she's trying to give me advice. Judge Courtney, there's no mistake that those voices were from the incident. Please recall the audio that was recorded by the stuffed animal. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. If we compare this part of the recording with a certain piece of evidence, we can prove it. This evidence shows that the recording took place during the moment of the crime. The autopsy report. And exactly what part of the autopsy report shows that? This part shows that the burn mark on victim's hand. Oh, I had to. Fuck. If you look at this part of the autopsy, I think you will understand. Like, which part are you referring to? Around here. Even if you asked me, I just realized I had to put the burn mark. That might be something important. Yeah. I remember clearly what that voice said. You can't hide that burn from me. On the victim's hand, there was a burn mark. Indeed, it just happened to match up, you see, but what of it? According to case testimony, the victim had been holding a stuffed animal, and it just happened to record a characteristic of the victim, namely, the burn. That's just a coincidence. I mean, it could happen, right? I do not think so. It is hard to believe that all of this is simply coincidence. The voices on the stuffed animal were most likely recorded during the incident. One of these voices must belong to the true culprit. From what we've heard, it must have been the one who was doing most of the talking. Well, what's the point? In the end, we still can't tell their gender or identity, you know? Indeed, because they had been using voice changers. It can't be helped. It seems the situation has become quite clear. The conversation Miss Hart overheard was between the culprit and Miss Green. That's what I've been telling you from the start. And from this, we will understand a new fact. Please enlighten us then. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Chairman. Do what you want. According to Miss Hart's testimony just before the incident, two people came up from the auction hall using the lift. It must have been the conductor and one of the auction guests. They probably went there to settle the payment after winning a bid, and then it was there that the crime was carried out. Since the auction continued after the crime took place, we are led to a single truth. There's a new fact that we have arrived at. The culprit is the conductor. Since the conductor was the only one who could keep the auction going, we can conclude that the deceased victim could not have been the conductor. Justine, please be quiet here, okay? If the conductor was not the victim, then they must have been the culprit. Please wait, that alone is insufficient. Of course, even I do not intend to rely only upon the process of elimination. Certain traces left at the crime scene led me to believe that the culprit is the conductor. Well then, please show it to us. What were the traces left at the crime scene that led me to deduce the culprit is oh, right here. The culprit purposely left a large amount of blood in the meeting room. In doing so, we were led to believe the meeting room had been a scene of the crime. It was a ruse by the true culprit to hide the blood that had fallen from the storeroom. So we wouldn't find out about the existence of the black market auction, correct? Indeed. If the culprit had been unrelated to the auction, there would have been no need to do such a thing. Ergo, the culprit could have only been the conductor. Wow, he hasn't said ergo in ages. Well then, do you have any idea as to who the conductor might possibly be? The auction hall is at the PIC meeting room, and furthermore, there is a storeroom above it. The conductor must have been, at the very least, a member of the PIC. So, in other words, you suspect me, I take it. Isn't it natural to suspect you? The one who with the most authority in the PIC. You are quite capable, I'll give you that much. At least. But you know, like I said before, you're far too naive. By the way, I've been burning important files, and I think we kind of need these for this whole thing to stick. You have nothing, you know? There's no evidence that proves I am the culprit, you see? If by some chance you do have evidence, then why don't you present it? Do I have evidence that Blaze is the culprit? I don't. Blaze himself has suggested that he is the criminal. He's been showing that strange self-confidence for a while. He knows that there is not a single piece of evidence left behind to incriminate him. If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned, Edgeworth. Just kidding. I always wanted to say that, you know? He's like a villain who's into fire. Well then, Courtney. I reckon. I just remembered something too. But what? You also lost your memories? Nah, that ain't it. Something just popped into my head right now. Very well, please tell us. Yeah, oh my god. Courtney, could you tell me what you are doing? Prosecutor Edgewood will not give up until we have destroyed every last possibility. I'm destroying every possibility so that he will never oppose us again. Yes. That is what she is definitely doing, Blaze. Justine, I don't really know what's going on, but well said. Pops, I'm gonna help too. After all, he's the one who's wrong. Fine then. Let's hear what she has to say. Give me some water. Excuse me. Wanda, Miss Hart, please proceed. Sure thing. Just leave it to me. Alright. Please make sure you only tell the truth. Ain't that a matter of course? I'm a bona fide journalist of justice, you know? Somehow I feel uneasy. Y'all saying the culprit was a conductor, right? That means the victim was a customer. Now here's where it gets might strange, you see? There were 11 people at the auction. When the auction continued after the incident, I went straight on over and snuck a peek down below. You don't mean... That's exactly what I mean. All 11 people were still there, present and accounted for. What? Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. So it started with 11 people, and there were still 11 people after the murder. Was it a ghost? You know, Sebastian, normally, a prosecutor would call that a contradiction, you know? He really doesn't like you. Were there really no changes in the auction at all? Really, I'm telling you. The auction just went on like normal. But there was one itty-bitty thing, though. What was it? You know those hammers you always see at an auction? Like the one that lady is using over there. An auction gavel, perhaps. Yep, that's the one. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the sound no more. It'd been banging away just prior to it. The sound of the gavel does that have anything to do with this case? If Miss Hart's testimony is the truth, then the matter has taken a grave turn. If the victim was neither the conductor nor a customer, the very foundation of Prosecutor Edgeworth's reasoning would collapse. Nah. Justice prevails, as they say. I hope you've learned your lesson, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, there really is nothing we can do. It's not over yet. Some mysteries still remain. I have to think if I don't, then Kay will be... You get the answer you wanted this time. Well then, a deal's a deal. Please wait, Mr. Chairman. Why did he give her a voice? I believe it is still too early to make a judgment. There are still a few mysteries left in this case. Until we have solved them all, we cannot call this a complete victory. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was expecting you to shout. Hold it. Like you always did. Oh, you always do. Yes, of course. Is she flirting with me? Once again, Judge Courtney has come to my aid. Well then, what is it? What sort of mysteries are left? Well, of course, there's the contradiction in the autopsy report. That kind of thing. Hey. Sorry to interrupt everyone, but I brought her. What's wrong? Why were we suddenly called here? If someone suddenly get sick, I'll begin preparing a compress. Stat! Ouch! What do you call me here for? Did something happen? Dr. Young, Miss Jensen, you have my gratitude for taking the trouble to come here. This won't take long, so please relax. Tell me what in blazes is going on. Of course. We call you here because something came up. Judge Courtney, just what are you planning? Bonnie Young, under the divine rule of law, please answer truthfully. There were no mistakes in your autopsy report, correct? There you go. Alright. So, for streaming both YouTube, I guess that's the premise for a while. Stream, as you already know, yesterday I was having a lot of connection issues, mostly because there was a lot of people over in my place, and there was something interrupting the in-betweener of where the Wi-Fi connects to my PC. So hence why I kept cutting in and out yesterday. Oh my god. Cutting in and out yesterday a lot, and I was trying to resolve that for the most part. As for YouTube, this probably just got cut straight into where I am right now. So like kind of a good section got cut out due to the constant in and out, and now we're on this screen. So yeah, a lot of issues were happening last night, and I couldn't finish off this thing because it was just really irritating me, and I just said, you know what, tomorrow I'll just continue from where I'm up to, which is right here. Yes, like, it is currently, I'm currently finishing off this chapter because, we're literally by the end of it. And, yesterday night was, kind of an ordeal because, guess what? My connection was being stupid. But it's because I had a lot of people over and there was something interrupting it in between, the Wi-Fi. So, now we are here. I slept like a newborn. Sometimes I'd be like that. Alright. So, to be honest, I'm trying to remember what happened last night. Right. Apparently, the nurse that's helping out the Dr. Young, was the one who, like, falsified the information of the autopsy report. As well as, like, she's apparently saying that she can't say, or some shit like that. I forgot. It was, like, a weird horror deal, but it's, like, yeah, from yesterday night, where I cut off, like, at least, like, a good portion of, like, when it first cut off, and then, like, I deleted the other VODs of when it kept cutting out, because it would just be back and forth of in and out, and I didn't want that. So I just cut it off from the first VOD, and the other VODs are now deleted, just the first one is there. But for this one, this is where we're going to continue on from. Ms. Jensen falsified the autopsy report in order to assist the true culprit. Ah, ouch! This girl is an accomplice. What's your basis for that claim? It was impossible for a single person to commit this crime in the first place. Number of people wouldn't match. The crime could not have been committed without at least 2 people, namely because the number of people wouldn't match. If the conductor was the culprit and one of the auction guests was a victim, it would contradict the witness's testimony that there were 11 people after the incident. What now, you got a problem with my testimony? Not at all. Rather, it is because I believe your testimony, that's why an accomplice must exist. Why? Oh, on Switch. That's fine. So, you still won't admit that your reasoning is wrong. Up until now, we had not even considered the possibility of an accomplice. However, if there had been an accomplice, it changed the entire story completely of what's happened on the 21st night of September. And why MatPat left. That's right, this bit is still going. If the accomplice took the murdered auction guest's place, then the number of people remains 11. Oh, I see now. So that's what you're thinking. By the way, I woke up like 30 minutes ago. So, if I sound weird, that's why. But you know, wouldn't that have been quickly discovered? 30, an hour, about there. Miss Jensen and the victim have similar physiques. Praying that Reload will get a Switch version, and I'm begging on my knees, Mr. Nintendo. I was gonna say you sound... yeah. P3R should eventually come to the Switch. You should probably just have to get a port version of it, like how they have for like P5. If she wore the victim's mask, she could have easily taken her place. Miss Jensen, did you switch places with the victim? I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Who was the conductor? In other words, tell me who was the true culprit. I can't. I mean, that would also cause trouble for Granny. Ah! You dumb idiot. For Granny. I'll accept whatever wrongs you may have done. Just tell me everything. Granny! Oh my god. I don't want a should come out. I want it. It will come out. I mean, if all the other games on there, it would be weird that one of them isn't. So, as I thought, it appears you really were the accomplice. Miss Jensen, why? Fuck, my throat is like really groggy. Miss Jensen, would you please tell us? Yes. It's okay, It's okay, Granny. I'm fine now. I switched places with the victim, Miss Crane. So you admit to being the conductor's accomplice? Yes. I helped out the conductor. I don't really know why, but for some reason, the conductor was expecting to be attacked by Miss Crane. The conductor expected an attack from the victim. They were so sure it was going to happen that they came up with a plan to counter it. A way to beat the victim at her own game, and that's when I was called in. I was told to wait in the storeroom before the auction began. Whoa there, you ain't fooling my eyes. If you were waiting in the storeroom, I reckon I would have bumped into you. After all, I've been up in that storeroom the entire auction. I'm telling you the truth. I wonder about that. You know, can we really believe a girl who would falsify a report? Wasn't it your opinion just like a minute ago saying, "No, she probably made a mistake, bro"? Like, Blaze, you are in and out, bro. Pick a side. There should have been many places to hide in that storeroom. Then by all means, tell me, where did our little nurse hide? The place in the storeroom where Miss Jensen hid was... Take that. She hid inside the custom trunk. A custom trunk, eh? Now that you mention it, that box was already there before I snuck in. I figured I would hide in there myself, but it was wrapped up nice and tight with a chain. And it was locked too, so I had to give it up. I suspect that when you sneaked into the room, Miss Jensen was already inside the trunk. Yes, it would have been bad if one of the guests from the auction had opened the lid. After instructing me to hide inside, the conductor wrapped a chain around the custom trunk. I think they went downstairs using a lift shortly thereafter. It was right before the auction. I mean, he burned his beer earlier, but with his tears, he put it out. Then when the auction began, only you and Miss Hart were in the storeroom. Yes, that should be right. The auction had been going on as usual, but when a certain participant made the winning bid, the conductor committed the crime. Miss Hart must have heard the altercation that occurred then. I missed it. It was like for a quick segment, but that's probably, yeah, you left a little bit, and then after you left for a bit longer. After that is when it started lagging. Following the altercation, Jill Crane was murdered. After killing Jill Crane, the conductor carried her body to the custom trunk. And Miss Jensen, who had been hiding in the trunk, was made to take Miss Crane's place. The victim's body was placed inside the custom trunk. What are you talking about? The conductor then took Miss Jensen, who had been made to look like Jill Crane, and returned to the auction hall as if nothing had happened. Was this roughly what happened in the storeroom during the incident? Yes, that's right. Pulling the old switcheroo with one of the auction guests, ain't that impossible? The gal and the murder victim are two completely different people, you know? Don't you reckon one of the other participants would have noticed and caused a ruckus? No, not at all. The reason they didn't notice the switch was because she stole the victim's clothes. From what I can tell, Miss Jensen and the victim appear to have a similar physique. Furthermore, there was a rule requiring a mask to be worn during the auction. If their clothes were the same, I doubt anyone would have noticed she was a different person. Yes, I blended right in. I borrowed Miss Crane's clothes and... Ouch! You mustn't embarrass the dead like that. I know. I also thought it was pretty heartless to leave her exposed like that. So when the conductor wasn't looking, I covered her up in the raincoat that was up for auction. So she was the one who put the red raincoat on the victim. And then the auction resumed as if nothing had happened. I reckon I took the picture of her in the red raincoat after that. That'd make all the facts line up. It's actually weird. Like, it's weird, but it's like, okay. After I took the photo, I went over to the lift to sneak a peek down below. I witnessed the 11 participants, and then I hightailed it back behind the statue. Don't tell me. You were hiding there the entire time until we found you. Now, that's... How should I put it? What is it? Did something happen? I didn't mention it before, but after that, I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I fainted. Well, something like that. Something like did happen. It ain't no big deal. Kind of embarrassing to say, though. There was a huge thump sound all of a sudden. I was a little surprised by that. It was right after I had just witnessed a murder, so I was shaking in my boots. My heart started to tighten up, and I was off to La La Land. When I woke up, it was already the next day, around the time y'all came to the storeroom. I see, so there was a large sound. Miss Hart, I take it you do not know what transpired in the storeroom beyond this point. I guess. But after the auction, all the masks were properly returned. So I reckon the participants had exited through the storeroom just like I done said. Miss Jensen, what were your actions after the auction resumed? I took the victim's place and participated in the auction. The conductor instructed me to win the bid for the costume trunk, because the body was inside. It would have been bad if another auction guest won the bid for it. You didn't realize the box was empty. No, we only found out when I came up to the storeroom to pay the bill. The conductor was with me and told me to go search for her immediately. And then I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder. Okay. Yeah, she probably fell down from the roof and lost consciousness. Maybe the victim left the hatch open when she went up to the rooftop. I understand now. Kay was surprised at seeing the collapsed victim and did not notice the open hatch. She must have missed her footing and fell down into the storeroom. Miss Hart, I have determined the sound that made you faint. It was likely the sound of Kay falling into the storeroom floor. And then, you know, she became unconscious. That might have that might have been it. Though I reckon it be kind of prophetic to faint over something like that. Miss Jensen found the unconscious Kay. Miss Hart was also unconscious behind the statue. The situation is becoming clear to me. Miss Jensen, please continue your story. After I found Kay and the victim, I put them both in the trunk. If the customers at the auction found out, there would have been a huge commotion. Was this an order from the conductor as well? Yes, it was. But since I secretly decided to put the raincoat on Miss Crane, I had to dispose of the raincoat without the conductor noticing. So the conductor didn't anticipate the raincoat becoming another piece of evidence. And finally, we dressed Miss Crane in a spare conductor's outfit. I see, in doing so, you made the victim appear as if she was the conductor. In the end, the auction ended without anyone noticing anything. Miss Jensen, your crimes have become clear. If you know anything else, please hold nothing back. I want to help you more, but that is all I know. If I had to say, there is just one thing that bothers me. When I took Miss Crane's place, I borrowed her clothes. But there was no way for me to borrow her hair. Ah! What kind of coroner's assistant goes around stealing a corpse's hair? I would think that robbing the deceased of their clothes would be questionable enough. Both the color and the length of our hair is different, so I was worried about how to disguise it. However, the conductor even had a wig prepared for me. In fact, he had two of them. Inside the costume trunk, there was both a straight wig and a wavy wig. Two wigs? Why were there two? Who knows? Maybe it was a precaution in case the victim had changed hairstyle. I ended up using the straight wig to match Miss Crane's hair. So that means the wavy wig was left unused. Is that really all you know? Yes. Yep, that's really all I know. The old lady carried. So that means you don't know who the conductor is. I'm sorry, I only knew that person as the auction conductor. I never saw that person without a mask on. The conductor seemed to be on guard towards everybody. At this rate. Edgeworth, is that all you've got? Even if that little nurse is an accomplice, it changes absolutely nothing, you know? In the end, the true culprit is still Kay Faraday. All you did was add another criminal, you know? The rule of law cannot be overturned, at least not for your sake. Is this as far as I go? Am I unable to save Kay? Is that Franziska von Karma? Franziska, why are you here? Dumbass, I've been in charge of this entire case this entire time. Didn't I tell you, Miles, that wherever there is a case, I will follow. Prosecutor von Karma, your hard work is most appreciated. However, don't get the wrong idea. I only came here to find out the truth behind what happened to Kay Faraday. I don't plan on forgiving you for abandoning the prosecutor's path. That's fine. I understand. You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday. Matt petted Edgeworth's cases. Like the cum she did. Listen well, Miles Edgeworth. This will be the final piece of evidence. Jill Crane suffered the wound on her head first. We kind of figured that out now. Well, someone say something. Well, I hate to say it, but we already proved that. Already proved? Yes, well, just a few minutes ago. Ah! You should have told me sooner. You're the one who barged in here and started talking. Well then, does that mean you found out what the murder weapon was already? No, not yet. Is that so? In that case, listen well. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt cylindrical object. The wound on her chest was suffered post-mortem. A cylindrical murder weapon. Objection. You know, this report of yours I trust is accurate, of course. There were the results of 2 independent autopsies carried out by 2 respected doctors. That's reassuring, but it's too bad you have no right to investigate the... Interpol is after the black market auctions, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. As well as the Map Pack case. As well as the night of 21st September. There's a lot going on. The victim participated in the auction. Listen. There's a lot going on literally of that night. So we need to kind of uncover everything of what happened that night. Therefore, it is only natural for me to investigate. Especially now that she's been murdered. I see. Clever girl, little Von Karma. Then it has been settled. The victim died from blunt force trauma to the head. Yep. Unfortunately, the murder weapon has yet to be found. Huh. Just knowing the shape of the murder weapon gives me an idea as to what it might be. Hey, in my investigation, we didn't find any other murder weapons, you know? If you consider the conductor's possessions in the crime scene, the answer should be clear. The blunt cylindrical object is used in the auction hall was... Judge Courtney's gavel. An auction gavel. It was something the conductor had in their hand during the auction. Namely, an auction gavel. An auction gavel? We didn't find anything like that. If the culprit is the conductor, it is possible that the gavel may be the murder weapon. However, that alone is not reason enough, wouldn't you agree? Yeah. Of course, and I have proof to back it up. The piece of evidence proves that the murder weapon was the auction gavel. A lot of testimony? Yep. According to Miss Hart's testimony, after the victim had been murdered, it seems she suddenly stopped hearing the sound of the gavel during the auction. However, she had been able to hear it up until then. Why was that, you ask? It was because it had been used as a murder weapon and was covered in the victim's blood. It became necessary to dispose of it, isn't that right? Blaze, the best. I'll have to search for the murder weapon and perform immediately. Well, good luck with that, you know? You've got to work as hard as you can while you're young, you see? He's completely confident that we won't find it. It'd be like that sometimes. Oh my god, is this really coming back? Alright, give me a second. Well then, while the search for the murder weapon continues, I hereby call for a brief recess. See, I wanted to at least get up to this part of the to be continued yesterday, so that way, like, my internet kept cutting out. But, like, it just didn't. And I'm just like, I'm getting fed up with this, so I was like, you know what, let me just continue it tomorrow from this point on where the last point that I just left it on. But yeah, we're back again. This is gonna be a short stream. It's just completing this whole thing, and then we're done. Order in the court. Prosecutor Von Karma, your report, please. I have bad news. We've searched every inch of the Grand Tower, but the auction gavel was nowhere to be found. That is most unfortunate. It seems I am left with no choice but to pronounce a verdict. Well, it sure seems that way, you know. Normally, you wouldn't commit a blunder like leaving behind a murder weapon, you know. The best criminals would never do something like that, you see. I don't have enough information. Is this all as far as I can get? Or go. Yes, it's a shame, you know, but it can't be helped, you see. This takes me back, you know, all those defendants who came to me asking for a plea bargain. They trusted me, you know, told me every one of their dirty little secrets, you see. And when it came time for the trial, I'd get them sentenced to life in prison. They were all completely dumbstruck, you know, each and every one of them. Oh, how I wish you all could have seen it. You know, the stupid look on their faces. I shall hereby announce my verdict. Please humbly accept the words of the law. There's nothing more I can do. With this, both Kay and I are... If only we had some evidence. I never thought that I would be passing judgment on you like this. Is this the end? The defendant, Blaze the Best. I hereby indict you. What? What? Oh? What's gone into you all of a sudden? I have here documents regarding a certain case. The IS-7 incident. A case that happened 18 years ago. Documents, you say? Why would you suddenly... Wait. You don't mean... On the day of the crime, the record of the keycard being used was because... I came to this room to fetch these documents, of course. Although, when I entered the meeting room, it seems it was before the black market auction had begun. At first, I told you that I came to gather documents about you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. At that time, I simply could not tell you the truth. What are you doing, Justine? Why are you indicting Pops? My papa! Ah! Without any basis, this is slander. That was a wonderful remark, Sebastian. Huh? Really? Of course, there is a basis. During the case 18 years ago, Prosecutor Manfred von Karma fabricated information regarding the body. And that was because the body of the sculptor, Isaac Dover, had been stolen. This is a previous case if you did not see that. Check out Ren's last case. Or last streams. Papa fabricated information about a body. What do you mean? Papa! There's so many papas going around. Detective Lacer, who handled the initial investigation, reported that the body had gone missing. However, in order to deceive Prosecutor von Karma, there's a person who purposely did not report to him that the body had disappeared. What? What did you say? That person would not forgive those who defied him, nor would he allow others to hold power. He would use any means necessary in order to bend others to his will. And then, also 18 years ago, Director Young was ordered by a certain individual to write a fake autopsy report. Dr. Young was the one who wrote the autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. Please, wait, Granny didn't do anything wrong. She was ordered by that person. She had no choice but to obey. That person was the chief prosecutor at the time. The chief prosecutor? 18 years ago? You don't mean... The chief prosecutor who gave Papa his first penalty. It was none other than you, Blaze the Best! Shit. What are you saying? Pops would never do something like that. I like his objection. Sebastian, we do not need your opinion right now. Blaze the Best, do you have a rebuttal? Fabricating stuff about the body, Von Karma did all that on his own, you know? Falsifying the autopsy report, Young, you would actually do something like that. Man, this man loves pinning the blame on other people. You really did some terrible things behind my back, you know? Seeing as how all the parties concerned are here today, we should ask them directly. Please wait, Granny is... Stop hitting me. Granny, I'm sorry. I knew... That's why I... Yep, because if I didn't, he said he would expose you. If I didn't assist in the crime, Granny would be prosecuted. That's what that man, the conductor, told me. So, Miss Jensen was being threatened. Was the conductor who threatened you Blaze the Best? That, I don't know. The person who threatened me was the auction conductor. They do have a similar physiques, but I never saw the person's face. Any trivial thing is fine. Give us a characteristic that could be a clue. That's right. The conductor's mask, it exposed just a tiny bit of his face. There was a tattoo, there, I'm sure of it. A tattoo? A tattoo, you say? I really have no idea what you're talking about, you know? As you can see, there are clearly no tattoos on my face, you see? So, that person doesn't match me at all, you know? The person who threatened her, this so-called conductor, I wonder who it is, you know? You have incurred the wrath of the goddess of law. I suggest you watch what you say. I didn't incur your own wrath rather than the wrath of the goddess. Jill Crane had been pursuing you just as I have. And I will not let her death be in vain. Crane was, you know, you say she was pursuing me. My, I didn't really know her that well, you know? I don't mind girls chasing after me, you know, but I don't recall her ever falling for me, you see. But you didn't know the victim well. That is a testimony we haven't heard up until now. Before the eyes of the goddess of law, you shall give us an official testimony. I see. Everyone is bullying me. If you're gonna go that far, that's fine, you see. I just have to make you disappear. These are important documents. I don't know why I've been burning them for a while now. Every last one of you. Prosecutor Edgewood, I shall cooperate with you as well. If we let this opportunity slip by, I doubt we will ever get him to stand in court again. Please, do not let this chance go to waste. Yes. So you were flirting with me. Bitch! Yes, I promise I will live up to your expectations. Now then, blaze the best. You shall testify regarding the victim. Alright. Regarding Jill Crane. The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, see? Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know? Either way, it's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know? I have no idea why she was pursuing me, you see? I hate that he keeps saying, you know, you see? It's been fucking annoying me for the past minute now. You intend to deny your guilt until the bitter end, don't you? Of course he does. There's no way Pops could be the criminal. I mean, he's my Pops, you know? He's the very best, like no one ever was. Was that a Pokemon reference? Yes, Sebastian. If you're gonna stick up for me, be sure to have a clear basis, you know? Alright, I got it. I'll clear you of these false accusations, Pops. I believe in you, Pops. We won't lose to someone like Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. You really are pure, you know? And a fucking idiot. That person, he really loves his father, doesn't he? However, one must be able to accept the mistakes of their father. No matter how much they may look up to him. Each person must atone for their crimes, no matter who they are. It's going to be hard for Sebastian, but I simply cannot overlook his father's crime. I like how everyone here has just been... is now having a father issue. Edgeworth, Francisca, Kay. We don't know about Justine if she had an issue with her dad. And then now it's gonna be Sebastian. Every prosecutor needs to have a fatherless moment or have something terrible with their father. The victim... oh, yeah. So you're saying you weren't very familiar with the victim? That's right. I didn't even know about the burn mark on Crane's hand, you see? You didn't know about the burn mark? Well, you see, even if I had gotten close to her, she would have disappeared soon. It's a pain to remember someone, you know, when they're just gonna disappear, you see? In other words, anyone who defies him disappears. I would like you to add your statement about the victim's burn to your testimony. I only just learned that she had a burn mark on her hand, you see? So, you're saying that you didn't know about the victim's burn. Is that really the truth? You really are persistent, you know? Do you really think I would pay attention to every little wound on a woman's hand? I would think the burn mark on the victim's hand would be hard to miss. Now that you mention it, Jill Crane would regularly wear gloves. I too did not know about the burn until the incident occurred. Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. I thought so. She was probably trying to hide the burn mark, you see? I understand how sensitive a woman can be about these things, you know? I would like you to add your so-called sensitive understanding of a woman to your testimony. Maybe she was always wearing gloves in order to hide the burn mark, you see? Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. If that is true, then it creates a huge contradiction. Oh, a huge contradiction, you say? I would like you to listen to the voice recorded on this stuffed animal one more time. And, I knew who you were right away. You can't hide the burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. Ah! You were under the impression that this was the moment when the victim was murdered. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide the burn mark from me. We thought that this statement was said by the culprit. Isn't that fine? What's the problem, you see? You know? There's a huge problem with that. If the victim had been wearing gloves from the start, it would have been impossible to see the burn mark on her hand. Objection. Gloves come off very easily, you know? She could have taken them off during the auction. That's not true. Miss Crane had been wearing her gloves when I took her place. She must have been wearing them before she was murdered. What are you saying? Don't you understand the position you're in? I'm not scared anymore. I have Granny here with me. Blaze, your day of reckoning has finally come. Somehow, it seems like you all want to disappear. There you go. He burned his beard a bit there. The only one who will be disappearing here is you, Blaze the Best. Hey, how dare you say that to Pops? Does it really matter if the burn mark was visible or not? It certainly does matter. If the burn mark was visible, then we'd have to a complete turnabout of the situation. But what are you saying? If the victim's burn mark wasn't visible, what exactly does that tell you? The culprit also had a burn mark. Sebastian, turn your way of thinking around. If the victim was wearing gloves, then her burn mark would not have been seen. In that case, whose burn mark was seen? Someone else's burn mark. Precisely, the culprit must have had the burn mark as well. In other words, I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. The person who said this was not the culprit, but the victim. Wah! Ah! Sebastian, could you please step aside? Edgeworth, all your reasoning up until now was just a figment of your imagination, you know? The culprit had a burn mark. Where was it, you know? If you can't answer that, then your logic doesn't hold up, you know? What was the culprit burn mark? I wonder where the burn mark could have been. During the auction, wasn't everyone wearing a disguise? Indeed, during the auction, everyone should have been dressed in a particular way. The burn mark was still visible under these circumstances then. Now then, why don't you show us? Where was the culprit's burn? You'll have to show me the proof, you see? I did the wrong thing. That's my bad. I thought that was a close. Okay. It was what the conductor was wearing during the auction. In other words, the outfit you were wearing at the time. What can you figure out from the clothes alone? The conductor had been wearing a white suit, white gloves, and a mask. His attire had covered up most of his skin. However, according to Miss Jensen's testimony, the conductor's mask exposed a small part of his face. In addition, while she thought there had been a tattoo there, it's possible that she simply mistook the burn mark for a tattoo. A burn mark on his face? That's all very scintillating, but I'm afraid you're getting excited over nothing, you know? None of the PIC members have any burn marks on their face, you see? Naturally, that includes me as well, you know? Huh, Pops? But... Sebastian, could you please be quiet? If you're an idiot, then act like one, you know? Normally, Sebastian is a nuisance to everyone around him. But this time, I owe him my gratitude. The reaction from Blaze's own son, it reveals the truth more clear than anything else. Thanks to him, I am confident that my reasoning is correct. I know who the unidentified piece of evidence belongs to. Wonder what's wrong with the prosecutor. Usually, Sebastian is slower to arrive at the truth than anyone else. However, this time he has probably figured it out. His own father is a criminal. Since he knows the truth, he's in pain, isn't he? If he didn't know the truth, he could have remained blissful in his ignorance. Okay. We are here in order to pursue the truth. It doesn't matter what path my reasoning takes. The important thing is to arrive at the truth. Once before, when I lost faith in my reasoning, you said that to me and showed me the way. This time, I shall show you the truth. You were innocent. I also want to know the truth. Mr. Edward, please tell me. Yes, that's the spirit. That's impossible, you know, for all of you. I mean, just where could I possibly have the burn mark? It's nowhere to be found, you see. There's no evidence to prove that I'm the culprit, you know? That's right. There's no contradiction at all. There's no way there can be a contradiction, not for my pops. Sebastian, I understand why you don't want to admit it. However, if you avert your eyes from the truth, you will regret it forever. Pops, what should I do? Huh. I really wonder why you're such an idiot, you know? Sebastian, if you really want to save me, you'll have to try a little bit harder, you see? Gotta use your head, you know? Honestly, you really are a useless idiot. No way. But I tried really hard. I tried my best, Pops. I went to the school you told me to go to, reached the top of my class, just like you told me to. Just look at this jacket. Only someone who graduates at the top of his class gets to wear it. I did everything you told me to do. That's how I got to be the best at the academy. I even won all those awards, just so I would be like you, Pops. Damn. You really are such an idiot, you know? You know, those gold stars you got on your test, I made the teachers give them to you. Every speech and debate contest, all the judges were my friends. You know, Sebastian, if you weren't even able to notice something like that, you're really not worthy of being called my son, don't you think? God damn! What? Damn. Even my son has disappeared. Oh my, it's enough to make me cry, you know? He was trying his best for me, and yet he was totally useless, you know? You are truly a despicable person. As the chairman of the PIC and as a father. Even I feel sorry for that foolish prosecutor. Poor Mr. Prosecutor. Blaze the best, what do you think of your own son? He's just a useless pawn, you see? Whoa, now, maybe you should look in the mirror before you criticize me, you know? I mean, even you. You also used Sebastian to get close to me, didn't you? I cannot deny that, however, he is not a mere pawn. He always tries to do his very best even if the results aren't up to par. I've seen just how hard he tries, and yet you refuse to even acknowledge it. That kid is no good, you see, no matter what he does or is told to do. Prosecutor Edward, I shall leave this offering to the Goddess of Law to you. Deliver her divine judgment against Blaze the Best. Yes, that was my intention from the beginning. There was a burn mark on the conductor's face. Then Blaze the Best must be hiding it. What was he wearing during the auction? That is the key to revealing the truth. Well then, allow me to hear your answer. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face. Where is it? No way this is the ending. Oh my god, this is where it ends? Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at shit. If you would recall Miss Jensen's testimony, there's still one point that remains unanswered. Two types of wigs have been prepared, one of which was left unused. Do you mean the wavy wig? What are you talking about? It was something Miss Jensen found when she switched places with the victim. What does something like that have to do with the burn? Inside the costume trunk, Miss Jensen witnessed two wigs. One of them had been used by Miss Jensen to make her look like the victim. Now then, just what was the other wig used for? It doesn't seem like it was a spare wig. There's no need to overthink it. Just compare the attire of the true culprit, the conductor, and with that of Blaze the Best. Don't stare at me like that. Don't you think there's just one spot where there is a huge contradiction? Specifically around his face. So that's not a wig at all. Indeed, it was no wig. Blaze the Best, it was your fake beard! This is a real beard, you know? Don't tease me like that, Edgeworth. Your son must have realized the truth before anyone else. That's why he was trying to so desperately to protect you. You were also worried that he would tell the truth. Isn't that why you drove your son away from here? Because he knew that his father was hiding a burn under his fake beard. Blaze the Best. How about you remove that fake beard of yours? Ah! There it is, the burn mark. Ah! A burn mark! Prosecutor Edgeworth, justice has been served before the Goddess of Law. For that, I give you my thanks. I should be the one thanking you. Blaze the Best, I hereby announce my verdict. You shall be taken into custody for the murder of Jill Crane on the night of the 21st of September. That's what happened with Cape Faraday. As well as we have basis that you are the reason that Pat fucking left YouTube. Blaze is like, alright, I'll take what happened on the 21st of September. But what happened with MatPat was definitely not me. Mr. Hedgeford, thank you very much. They're putting the blame on someone to the reason why MatPat's leaving. Hence why they needed to pin someone down, and it was fucking Blaze. I'm so happy that you believed in me to the very end. There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor, no, as a friend, I simply wanted to save you. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I bring good tidings. It seems that former Chairman The Best has been safely detained in the detention center. They're blaming MatPat now? No, they're not blaming MatPat. They're blaming Blaze. They wanted to blame someone for why MatPat is leaving YouTube. They blamed Blaze for it, so they're putting two things on him. However, the search for the murder weapon, the auction gavel, continues. Blaze the Best is a shrewd man. There is a good chance that he has already disposed of it. There is also one piece of testimony that concerns me. Blaze the Best mentioned that the only thing he did not fake were the letters. What do you mean? Oh. In Joe Crane's clothes. Then he also found this letter on Kay, who was unconscious in the storeroom. The content of the letter seemed to suggest that the two had been corresponding with each other. Which is why Blaze the Best assumed that the two were working together. Ridiculous, that can't be right. After reading the two letters, he decided to pin the crime on Kay Faraday. In order to cast suspicion on her, he planted one of the letters in a noticeable spot. The deceased Joe Crane's left breast pocket. Isn't that just an excuse? Yes, that is what I thought as well. It may have simply been a last-ditch effort to save himself. However, before the stern eyes of the goddess of law, these are all trivial matters. This crime shall certainly not go unpunished. Now, MatPat can rest easily, knowing who we can blame for his leaving. With this, I have finally fulfilled one of my long-standing missions. Ah, yes, saving MatPat's credibility. Judge Courtney, will you tell me what you know? Why did Blaze the Best murder Joe Crane? And what lies hidden behind this case? Yes, I don't mind. You have the right to know everything. Long ago, Joe Crane was in love with a cameraman. That man was pursuing the black market auction as a journalist. And then, before he could reach the truth, he was erased. The feelings and the items Miss Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to the auction. She had come to exact revenge on the conductor Blaze. Although in the end, she was the one who was murdered instead. I see. So that's what happened. While the goddess of law cannot condone her actions, we have succeeded in her goal of bringing Blaze the Best crimes to light. So, Judge Courtney's goal was to expose Blaze the Best and reveal the dark secrets of the PIC. By the way, what happened to the young prosecutor? We have been unable to contact him for some time now. Do you have any idea where he might be? I had not been truly working for him, so I see. I feel very sorry for him. What you should be sorry for is the fact that he was kept in the dark until now. No matter how cruel reality is, he will have to accept it. If he can't, he won't be able to walk his own path in life. Ever. A father's influence is not something that is easily erased. However, I'm sure he will be able to change from here on out. Yes, that's right. Surely, you must be right. Will I, too, be able to walk my own path in life? Kay, is your body alright? Yes, thanks to you. I'm so sorry. Even though you're my patient, you ended up getting suspected because of me. Ah! You can't just take care of the patient's body. You gotta take care of their heart, too. Ask my granny. Kay, how are your memories? I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something. Well then, I shall take my leave here. I will be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial. That would be the trial for the murder of Horace Knightley, who's in charge of the defense. Miss Crane was supposed to be her defense attorney, but now that she has passed away, we are currently arranging for. You know what I just realized? Where the fuck is Ray? Ray hasn't. It just dawned on me. We were all like being cornered, and then that's when we got put in jail. And then we heard where like Gumshoe is, but like, where the fuck is Ray? We are currently arranging for a replacement defense attorney. Joe Crane had been in charge of Patricia Rowland's defense. I'll also have to get in contact with Sebastian quickly, since he's the prosecutor in charge. Well then. Ah, please wait. What about Mr. Edgeworth's prosecutor's badge? What will happen to his prosecutor's badge? Solve the map pad mystery. Like where he is. Map pad just went off, went MIA. With the chairman's arrest, the PIC is no longer functional. So I cannot answer that question easily. Perhaps one could say only the goddess of law knows. But that's... You don't need to worry about me. This is the path that I have chosen. It seems you have no plans to change it either. Of course not. I chose this path to seek the truth. With the departure of Blaze the Best, the law has once again returned to our hands. If you truly desire to continue the prosecutor's path, I am willing to assist you in reclaiming your badge. I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. I did not relinquish my badge with half-hearted feelings. I see. It seems that our paths of law will continue to run counter to each other. Until our paths cross once again, I shall have you hold onto that badge. That was my intention from the start. However, on an occasion, the goddess of law is quite generous. Please return this notebook to its proper owner. Kay's promise notebook. It seems this was scheduled to be put up for bidding at the black market auction. The name Kay is written on the notebook. It seems Blaze the Best quickly realized this belonged to the girl, since the letters he found also contained the same name. You speak as if he really did not know about the letters. Are you saying that Blaze really did not prepare the letters himself? Yes, that man said so himself. Kay Faraday's goal was to steal back the notebook. Jill Crane's goal was to get revenge. In order to achieve their goals, the two teamed up to infiltrate the auction, or so he says. Unfortunately, this was all Blaze's misunderstanding. It was purely a coincidence. If the attorney from the PIC and Kay really were acquaintances, it would be strange that she never mentioned it to me, considering her personality. You really do trust her, don't you? In the end, the notebook was used as another red herring, but it's something that is very important to that girl, isn't it? I'll make a special exception and return it. I'm sure that's what the goddess of law desires. That's, I appreciate it. I shall pray that she recovers her lost memories. Let's go! Courtney's on her side! But like, not entirely, but she's still on her side. Is something wrong? Hey, I'm returning something very important to you. Ah, this is... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Look, Daddy, I wrote them all down. Yep, I'll be sure to follow all of our promises and become a hero just like you, Daddy. Ah, that's right. There was one more. I forgot to write down the most important promise. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I'll be sure to remember. I'll never ever forget them. That was a wholesome picture. Always try your hardest to learn things you don't understand. That's right. I am. Just freak the fuck out. I am the great thief who steals the truth. Kay Faraday. There she is. I'm the second Yatagarasu and Mr. Edward's assistant. Kay, you remember. It's kind of embarrassing though. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Edward. Even when I lost my memories, you were still always trying to save me, right? It seems you're back to normal. Wow, Kay, you've gotten better. Your health comes first. Now you can relax. Just make sure you don't run off and lose all your memories again. Ah, Miss Jensen, Dr. Young. Thanks for worrying about me. Hey, if you're feeling all better, how about changing back into your own clothes? I washed your clothes for you, Kay, so they're nice and clean. These clothes. Why was Detective Gumshoe holding on to them? He said forensics was done with them, so he gave them back to me. Have they revealed the results of the analysis yet? To be honest, I actually didn't think to ask about that. Now, more importantly, let's hurry up and get you changed, Kay. Still, isn't it better if we do not remove her bandages? She should be fine now. Kay just bumped her head. She didn't really have any other major injuries. And why was she so heavily bandaged? Better safe than sorry. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure. That's the motto. That's my motto. What a troublesome motto. Come on, Kay, let's get you dressed up over there. There she is. Now, this is definitely what a great thief should look like. A smile certainly suits you best. In the past and now as well. Miss Von Karma, thank you for coming too. I only came because Scruffy asked me to. That Scruffy, he also wanted to see your energetic self again. Gummy? What happened to Gummy? Who knows? Maybe he was disgusted with the man who willingly threw away his prosecutor's badge. That's the Gumshoe. I must be going soon. I'll be taking these ladies in for questioning. What's going to happen to the two of them? One aided in the murder of an attorney, the other forged an autopsy report 18 years ago. These crimes definitely won't disappear. Of course, I will mention in court that they were being blackmailed by Blaze. It'll be just fine. As long as Granny's by my side, we're invincible. Well then, take care. These two have a weird, loving, abusive relationship. Now then, Kay. Sorry to ask so soon right after you regain your memories, but I have some questions. Sure, ask me anything you want. What were you doing on the day of you lost your memories? On that day, I was asked to come to Ground Lake. Ground Lake? I don't know who called me there, though. As I was watching the moon at Ground Lake, a person in a red raincoat approached me. All of a sudden, he used some kind of drug to knock me out. What? What is she saying? The place where Kay saw the moon was at Ground Lake. When I woke up, it seems I somehow ended up on the roof of the Grand Tower. My mind was still in the daze, so I stumbled around for a bit. That's when I found the person in the red coat collapse. I was startled, and when I stepped back in panic, I fell down. I fell from a high place and got knocked out cold again. And when I woke up, all my memories were gone. Okay. The person in the red raincoat, who exactly was that person? Oh yeah, I was certain that I saw them walking in midair. Somehow this is all starting to make my head hurt. Please calm down. You're just a little confused because you've only recently gotten your memories back. Most likely this is the main cause of your confused memories. Your memories of two places. This is probably the main cause of your confused memories. You saw the moon at both the Ground Lake Park and the Grand Tower rooftop, which led you to confuse the two places. Huh? But aren't they totally different places? Even if I was in a daze, do you really think I get them confused? Most likely there is something at the Ground Tower which led to your confusion. The Grand Tower rooftop and the Ground Lake have 2 points in common. They both have a cherry tree and a food stall. Now that you mention it. Your memories were confused because you had been in two similar locations. The person that you first saw could not have been walking in midair. They were simply walking on the ground at Ground Lake Park. You must have gotten that scene confused with the Grand Tower rooftop. So that's what happened. How dare they steal the memories of the great thief? They'll pay for this. Nevertheless, I wonder who the person that assaulted Kay was. The person in the red raincoat who appeared at Ground Lake. What's that noise? Sounds like it's coming from the storeroom. Miss Edward, let's go check it out. What's this? My shutter bug sense is tingling. I smell me another scoop. You're still here? Fucking Lotta. Mr. Edward, this walkie-talkie thing here is what's beeping. This transceiver. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? It's still beeping, Mr. Edward. I'm not particularly familiar with this sort of device. Come on, we have to answer it. Here goes. Hello, Edward speaking. Okay, please don't just answer it on your own. Am I speaking with Mr. Miles Edward, I presume? His voice is... Shelly the Killer! I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved? Are you aware of the mastermind who is pulling the strings behind this incident? You. Why do you know about the incident? That's not important right now. Wouldn't you agree? Right now, we're discussing the mastermind behind this case. I've had an inkling that such a person existed even before you said anything. After all, there was evidence to suggest that someone had used K to disrupt the investigation. Huh? There was? So, who's the mastermind? I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Will you kindly show me the evidence that indicates the existence of the mastermind? I like how Shelly the Killer has been a prominent character in this. Like, this entire fucking thing. But he's just been hired to help. Was it the victim's letter? Victim's letter, yeah. It was the letter that Kay allegedly sent to the victim. Come to think of it, I don't remember writing that letter at all. Who could have prepared this letter? I too am quite curious to know. So, you're not the one who wrote the letter. What could I possibly gain from doing such an act? Is it not necessary for you to stand in court in order to make the truth clear? What can you possibly do now that your badge has been taken from you? I look forward to finding out from the shadows. This man, how does he know that? Do we have an understanding? Please ensure you do not betray my trust. Now then, if you'll excuse me. He said that the case wasn't solved yet. What did he mean by that? And why would Mr. the Killer even bother telling us that? Nothing makes sense anymore. This case has not reached its true conclusion yet. Yeah, we have like one more. However, although I've lost my prosecutor's badge, who am I still not he's not in charge? While I don't know where this may lead, I shall reveal the truth. I swear it. The end. Alright, so that's all for the stream. Honestly. That's legitimately all for the stream. Oh, shit. Okay. Because the last one is the Grand Turnabout. This has... trying to look for the parts here. Oh, man. There's a lot of characters that are going to be fucking brought up in this one, too. No way all the characters connect in this. Let's see. Beginning 1, 2, 2. Okay. It should probably be 2 more streams. I say confidently. Have you never played Persona 3? Anyways, what was I saying? Right. So, might be 2 more streams, might be 1 more stream, because I saw beginning, middle, and then end. So it's like, one of those must be like a section. Like, I'm talking about a huge part. But yeah, once we get around to that point next week, definitely I'll see if I'm gonna do another stream or not. But yeah, once I'm done with Ace Attorney 2, or Ace Attorney Investigations 2, take a break from the Ace Attorney series, and then, you know, we'll play like another game, and then we'll go back to the Ace Attorney series after that. just to have like a break of visual novel for a while. But yeah, the coming schedule this week is definitely gonna be Wednesday, Persona 5 Tactica. If I don't get, if I don't get annoyed by it or whatever weird. Uh, Thursday, Final Fantasy 13. Friday, more Ocarina of Time, which might be the last stream to Ocarina of Time because I'm close to the ending and it might be like right there and then. Because the last thing we gotta do is the Shadow Temple and then go straight to the Ganon's Tower. And then more Ace Attorney investigations next week as well, this Saturday. And then that should wrap up everything else. Yeah. Uh but yeah, that's about the schedule. Short stream only because it's a continuation from yesterday. Other than that, I'm gonna call it a stream. See you guys Wednesday. Bye. Jenny.